Ohima asked the question about Nigeria and how we've been able to also get them to pay. You know, if it was Ghana playing the Nigerian game, they wouldn't have allowed us to play for 25 years. They would have collected their money that day. So we needed to also have a very good discussion with them. I'm just trying to choose the words well. So through this engagement, through diplomatic effort, and through strategic partnership and collaboration, we also encourage Nigeria to also have their own national game, and then they can have the Ghanaian game as an aside. So last year, somewhere on the 12th of July, an NLA team, we were in Abuja to also help Nigeria launch its new game, which is a 649 game or so. The NLA's very old game, which is very popular on the African continent, we call it 590. That's 5 balls drawn out of 90 balls as you normally see it on the screen. And it's the most popular within the sub-region. So clearly, we assisted Nigeria to have their own game. We also told them that in developing these games, the NLA goes through a lot. We pay our partners who carry it live, and then again as well, the draw panel is always represented by someone from the Ministry of Finance, representing the Finance Minister, one person representing the Chief Justice and the Judiciary, and myself, the Director General, either myself or my deputy or any of my directors or management members sitting to represent the Director General. So we go through a lot to develop these games. And I think my predecessor started the process. Some way, somehow, it did not end up with the NLA getting its fair share. But when we assumed office, together with my Director Legal and the former Director of Operations for the NLA, we embarked on this journey once again. We engaged and we also involved the government of Nigeria that if they want to continue enjoying our games, they must be willing to also pay their fair share.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
The press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Minister's Press Briefing here at the Ministry of Information. As always, we bring you updates from all ministries and agencies as well as other specialized or specified entities by the government of Ghana. Today, on such occasion, we have the National Lottery Authority here to give us updates on their programs and projects, and also to talk about recent developments in terms of stabilizing and raising revenue, revitalizing the Caritas Lottery platform, global recognition, as well as the Good Causes Foundation. But before I yield to the Director General, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to acknowledge some dignitaries who are with us this morning. We are joined by directors from the National Lottery Authority, and specifically we have with us the Director Legal, Madame Afumwa Bruce. We also have with us Director Finance, Mr. Ernest Moti. Also with us this morning is Director in charge of SBI, Mr. Shine Buluga. We are also joined by the Acting Director in charge of Marketing, Mr. Kwabena Opoku-Boachi. We are also joined by the Acting Head Administration, Ms. Sheila Atiemu. We also have with us the Acting Director HR, Mrs. Modesta Fosu Ofori. Also with us is the Deputy Director General of the National Lottery Authority, Ms. Anna Homa Meza. And as I mentioned earlier, we have with us the Director General of the National Lottery Authority, the man with so many accolades. I believe if you want me to mention all the AKAs, we would require another platform, which will take us about 1 hour to talk about all his exploits. But we have with us Mr. Samuel Ewuku. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I will invite the Director General for his remarks, and we'll come back to you for the Q&A session. If you just joined us from the comfort of your home, you can watch this press briefing live on GTV, Asase Radio, MX24. We are also streaming on Facebook at Ministry of Information and also on Ochiman TV. Thank you.
The Honorable Deputy Minister, my Deputy Director General, let me stand in existing protocols. So, I bring you special greetings from the Governing Board of the NLA, our entire management team, and our wonderful staff. Madam Deputy Minister, today's presentation will cover some brief introduction about the NLA, our vision and mission, our objectives as an authority, the games we play, our achievements. In fact, you only asked us to limit our achievements to 3 or 4, so kindly permit us to share with you some 3 or 4 achievements of ours within the last 18 months. Then again, we can come to the concluding part. The National Lottery Authority was established by the NLA, by the National Lotto Act 206, Act 722, to operate National Lotto. And our core mandate is to regulate, to supervise, conduct, and manage National Lotto and provide for related matters. Our vision definitely is to become the organization of choice and blueprint for lottery in Africa. Our mission per the Act 722 is to create moments of hope and happiness through exciting lottery games that generate revenue for national development and make stakeholders ultimate winners. The NLA, we have many objectives that we always look up to. Key among them is to raise revenue for the nation and for other purposes stated in the National Lotto Act. Also, as the institution to conduct National Lotto, to conduct as part of the operation of National Lotto, a lottery to provide care and protection for the physically or mentally afflicted, the needy, the aged, orphans, and destitute. Again, one of our mandates is to operate a game of chance or enter into collaboration, partnership, or joint venture with any person, society, association, or corporate entity in accordance with existing laws. Over the years, we have adopted for ourselves and continue to conduct 7 daily games played every day of the week. And I'm sure if you check on your screen, we've listed our games from Sunday to Saturday evening. Our lotto marketing companies or retailers sell our games In recent times, we have also licensed third-party collaborators, like our online partner KGL Group, Uchi, Dewa, and Super 6. That's for Global Fan and LACWeb, who operate our games online. Again, we have also licensed a good number of private lotto operators within the last 2 to 3 years. Madam Deputy Minister, in focusing on our 3 major achievements within the last few years, and we'll limit ourselves again, as you stated, to the last 2 years. We have many achievements, but for the purposes of this presentation, we'll stick to these 3. They are global recognition, stabilizing and raising revenue, revitalizing our Caritas lottery platform, and our Good Causes Foundation. We set out to reconnect with our friends on the continent. In doing so, one of the first things that I did was, together with my management team, embark on trips to our neighboring countries of La Côte d'Ivoire, and also to find out what they do differently from us to boost their revenue. More especially when La Côte d'Ivoire copied and lent this whole organization of Lotto from Ghana. Today, their proceeds far exceed that of ours, and in multiple proportions. Again, we're also to learn from them and incorporate into our operations some of the best practices. One of the striking things that I observed in Côte d'Ivoire was how they had used proceeds of Lotto to also spread cheers and support many communities. And all these projects were sponsored through the process and by the process of lottery, and we sought to implement same. Mr. Dramani Coulibaly, the Director General of the Loterie Nationale de la Côte d'Ivoire, popularly known as LONASI, that is the lottery body for Ivory Coast, also doubles as the president of the African Lotteries Association. I leveraged my relationship with him to get the NLA back into the association after being kicked out a few years ago for non-payment of dues and not conforming to the ALS ethics, values, and regulations. I'm happy to inform you that the NLA is now a member of the African Lottery Association and is working on its certification for responsible gaming. Many thanks to our Director Legal and her strong team of 2 general managers who have also supported us thus far in making sure that we get certified for responsible gaming. We are hoping that the next sitting of the World Lottery Association and its Committee on Responsible Gaming will finally grant Ghana our certification for responsible gaming. You have a lot to gain from it if you are certified for responsible gaming. And we've gone through all the processes and finally submitted our final proposal to the WLA for consideration. On my numerous visits to Nigeria, again together with some management members, and also to meet Mr. Lanre Gbajabiamila, the Director General of the Nigerian Lottery Regulatory Commission, to discuss the payment of royalties to Ghana, since they have been using our draw numbers for the past 25 years without paying a dime to Ghana. When you get to Nigeria, they refer to the Ghanaian game as Ghana Lotto. The Nigerians have enjoyed the benefits of playing our games because of the high standards of our draw integrity, but had not paid a pesewa to Ghana over the last 25 years. These trips yielded results, and that I'll go into and discuss further when I get to our second achievement, raising revenue. Again, in May 2022, at the seminar of the African Lottery Association conference in Morocco, Casablanca, and Marrakesh, respectively, the NLA did put in a bid to host the seminar on responsible gaming in December 2022. After the back and forth, the African Lottery Association granted the NLA the opportunity to host the seminar on responsible gaming for the first time. It is instructive to note that Ghana had been a member of the ALA in times past, and as I said, we only lost our standing within it some few years ago. We even had, and for the benefit of the records, one of our former DGs, Colonel BP, was even ALA president some years ago. After the NLA winning the bid to host the seminar on responsible gaming, we did not rest there. In October 2022 in Vancouver, Canada, at the summit of the World Lottery Association, we once again got the opportunity to raise at the General Assembly and to meet the leadership of the World Lottery Association, and invited Madam President, Madam Rebecca Paul, and the General Secretary of the WLA, Madam Lynn Reuter, to the NLA's 60th anniversary. For this, they graciously agreed, as it was the first time the president of the association was visiting the Sub-Sahara to attend an event of the World Lottery Association. Until 2006, NLA was known as the Department of National Lotteries, DNL, and was birthed with the assistance of the Maltese government, who seconded the Maltese official, Mr. William Francis Brennan, to Ghana to help set up our lottery institution. This was at the request of Ghana's first president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, after a delegation of Ghanaians who visited there realized that there was a game that was raising revenue for the people of Malta and assisted them in so many ways. The Maltese government responded to the call of Osajifo and gave us the first Maltese official to assist us in setting up this institution over 60 years ago. Unfortunately, the NLA had not been there to say thank you for over 60 years that the Maltese government did help us to set up what we have today as the NLA. We could not have held this program without the blessing of our mother authority in Malta. Therefore, in November 2022, the board granted approval for some board members and management team to visit Valletta, Malta, to invite the Maltese government and the Malta Gaming Authority to the Grand Deba of our 60th anniversary. Let me pay glowing tribute to the assistance offered to the NLA in getting our Maltese friends back. With this, we want to say a big thank you to the Maltese High Commissioner to Ghana, His Excellency Jean-Claude Malia, and Ghana's High Commissioner to Malta, Her Excellency Barbara Akoko Benisa. These two diplomats facilitated our trip together with the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Madame Shelley Ayoko Boche, and granted us safe passage to meet with our mother authority in Malta. Again in Malta, we're blessed to also have a conversation with the Honorable Speaker of the Maltese House of Representatives, Honorable Anglu Farouja, who handed over the 1962 Act of the Maltese Parliament that gave the Maltese government and granted approval for the establishment of the DNL in Ghana. Today, we have the very original copy back at the NLA, and we're preparing our museum to also host all these important historical facts. The Maltese government again also sent representatives to attend the Grand Deba and presented once again to the NLA the original and the first appointment letter of Mr. William Francis Brennan, who was seconded as a Maltese public official and our first Director General of NLA, detailing how much he will be paid, what he's entitled to, and how much the Maltese people will be investing in him as he set out to set up this beautiful and strong authority. To deepen these ties, the Maltese Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Trade visited the NLA during a visit to Ghana. And again, this was early part of this year. So after 60 years, Ghana finally reconnected to Malta and the NLA to its mother authority through games. This has renewed the ties between our two authorities, and the NLA is seeking to benefit from the wealth of experience of our Maltese counterpart, who have been operating for the past 100 years as an authority. Again, we hosted the conference, as I spoke about earlier, the seminar on responsible gaming, and we had several booths for some exhibitors to display their wares, their products and services. The seminar brought together leaders and guests from over 20 lottery bodies across Africa, Europe, and North America to Ghana. And as I also stated earlier, the 4-day event that took place between the 7th of December 2022 to the 10th of December included all these events, the seminar, the Grand Deba, and all the unwinding in the capital city of Accra. Our Grand Deba was attended by the Honorable Chief of Staff, Madam Akosia Frima Osei-Opare, His Honor Justice Yoni Kolendi, who represented His Lordship, the Chief Justice of the Republic, Justice Kwesi Eni-Yeboah, the Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Members of Parliament, our revered chiefs, our partner banks, our lotto marketing companies, our private lotto operators, our third-party collaborators, stakeholders, our well-wishers, our African and World Lottery Association guests. We are also privileged to have His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as our special guest of honor to press the knob for the first winning number, allowing history to repeat itself after 60 years, when the then Prime Minister of Ghana, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, also pressed the first winning number that gave a proud Ghanaian £5,000 that very day. Hosting the ALA seminar in Ghana did not only bring over 100 global leaders of lottery to our country, most of whom were experiencing Ghana for the first time. By in doing so, we also contributed to revenue, tourism, and the hospitality industry. It is instructive to note that when His Excellency the President posted myself and my deputy to the NLA, we had some few challenges. We met a rising debt of over 15 million of unpaid wins on the assumption of office. As of now, we have cleared a greater part of the debt, and we continue to make efforts together with my very competent and solid management team to clear the outstanding debt. We have now developed the instant pay, which is a *389 *1000 hash for players to instantly redeem their wins of up to 1,200 cedis after every evening draw. In partnership with our corporate lotto marketing companies, LMCs, we call them, we have also instituted the prize payment centers in our regional offices nationwide for wins up to 12,000 Ghana cedis. Again, when we got to the NLA, as I said, when His Excellency posted me and my deputy there, we had to also, together with the board, renegotiate some deals that were already existing. For instance, the KGL Group, as at 2021, were paying 25 million cedis to the NLA as our share of the revenue, and for them as our online partner. After several months of renegotiation, and for the avoidance of doubt, per the earlier arrangement, the KGL was supposed to continue paying 30 million in 2022, 35 million in 2023, and so on. But we renegotiated it to start from 50 million cedis in 2022, with 3 million cedis in addition for stabilization fund of our LMCs, and 2 million cedis as their support for good causes, since lottery is all about good causes. Someone may ask, what is stabilization fund in the NLA's architecture? We believe that technology and digitalization has adversely affected our old partners, LMCs, who used to sit in the kiosk and who sit in the kiosk. To cushion them in this age of digitalization and for them to also remain competitive, we continue to also support them from our online partner as a share of the contribution towards cushioning them. In addition, and again this year, the governing board, together with the management, we also renegotiated the KGL deal in a 10-year license for them to start with 65 million cedis revenue to NLA this year. We have been aggressive in exporting our games to other countries and for royalties. With a typical example I gave you earlier of the Nigerian experience, where for over 25 years they were playing our games and our numbers for free, where they pirate our numbers to pay wins in Abuja, Lagos, and across the Republic of Nigeria. We told our African brothers that we are happy that they continue to enjoy our games, but these games did not arrive by sudden flight. It had to take our management team, our staff, to develop this game. So Nigeria, to start with, will be paying the NLA through their partnership with KGL. They'll be paying 18 million cedis to the NLA as additional revenue to the NLA this year. And same with La Côte d'Ivoire, who also continue to also pirate our numbers. And in Ivory Coast, they call it Loto Ghanaian. The Ivorians, also through their partnership with our online partner, will be paying 13 million cedis to the NLA. This means that this year, the NLA, from our renegotiated deal with the KGL, will be paying 92 million cedis as their revenue share to the NLA. This is a major improvement and a major boost from what we inherited some 18 months ago. We have also begun engagements with Burkina Faso. And let me also state that some few months ago, we happened to also host another African Lottery Association conference in Marrakesh, Morocco, where we began negotiations and discussion with Burkina Faso and Niger to trade our games and collaborate with them. We believe that when all these also should go through, NLA can also rein in additional revenue to support national development. Licensing of private lotto operators. To sanitize the lottery space and aggressively deal with the activities of the axis of evil of illegal operators, the NLA started a process under my previous colleague, my predecessor, together with the board to license these operators annually. Again this year, those who picked forms and are currently undergoing the scrutiny of the board paid 1.5 million cedis to enjoy our games. And also, if they also want to have a bite of the Veterans Administration Ghana's game, that's the VAG Lotto, they're also paying additional 500,000 cedis. This is so because the NLA operates the VAG game on behalf of the veterans of Ghana. And we also owe it as an obligation to support them on a monthly basis for their upkeep. The NLA, as part of the collaboration with the military, we support our veterans in terms of their medical coverage, in terms of their participation in international veterans activities, and also just last year also presented them with a brand new 4x4 vehicle to aid the running of the Office of the Veterans Administration Ghana. Again, the PLOs are required to also pay a fixed figure to support our Good Causes Foundation. We've signed on new collaborators as well. And these third-party collaborators, we are seeking to bring in more revenue and some innovative and exciting games. We currently have Zeta Technology, Blue Star High Tech, Fortune Synergy, among others. It is our considered belief that in the next 2 to 3 months, we will have Zeta, Fortune Synergy, and the rest also going live to develop a non-590 game for the Ghanaian public. Blue Star High Tech is also one of our TSPs, signed on by the board and also licensed as a PLO to also provide an end-to-end solution to also help us to combat the activities of the illegal operators. It is also important to note that our existing technical service providers of LOT and SIMNET also continue to support our operations by also offering terminals and supporting our LMCs to be able to sell our game. Our trip to the Caribbean nation of Jamaica last year, after paying a visit to their lottery operator and discussion with the biggest lottery operator in the Caribbean, the Supreme Ventures Limited, together with their local partner of Game Park Limited. I'm happy to inform you might also yield some very good results in the next few weeks. What we seek to do will be to introduce new games together with our partners from Jamaica. I'm sure it'll be exciting to play and watch a Jamaican game. Also, the NLA's machine that you see on your screen, we normally refer to it as our godmother machine, will be 26-year-old this year. And we believe that they have spent enough time drawing the numbers. We expect to receive new draw machines within the next 2 weeks, which will meet the WLA and the African Lottery Association standards. We are expected to launch our multiple draws by the first week of May. These multiple draws will also be seeking to also support the many players and also to bring in more revenue for the NLA and government. We are hoping that the Corporate Affairs Department in the coming weeks will also inform the public on the new times when agreed with our partner media houses. We continue to hold community draws to demystify the myths surrounding the draw process, since almost on a daily basis, the teaming public continue to harass my management and staff of winning numbers. The reality is none of them can provide you with a winning number. In our estimation, it's clearly and solely a game of chance. So, in demystifying these unfortunate thinking or the narrative and mentality of society, we host these community draws to bring the draw process closer to the community, to the people, and to the chiefs. We are hoping that when the times are agreed upon on the multiple draws, which is morning, afternoon, and evening, this will also augment what we're already doing. Revitalizing our Caritas Lottery Platform and Good Causes Foundation. The Caritas Lottery Platform, which is our engagement with third-party corporate Ghana and institutions, was established in 2012 to regulate consumer promotion, games of chance, raffles or draws by companies, individuals, and well-meaning Ghanaians. Having lost its verve after a few years of its launch, we decided to relaunch this brand, which will also bring us closer to corporate Ghana and help in the post-COVID rebuilding of our corporate institutions. This relaunch was performed by the Honorable Chief of Staff, the Honorable Akusa Frema Osei-Opare, on the 20th of October 2021 when I assumed office. Also in accordance with the advice of the Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice in August 2022, after our legal department and our team of lawyers petitioned the Attorney General to intervene in the encroachment of our territory by our colleagues from Gaming Commission, the NLA, through the advice and opinion offered by the Office of the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, again regained the lost control as the sole statutory body to the exclusion of all others to regulate all consumer promotional schemes with elements of chance, that's raffles, draws, point-based selection criteria, etc. This landmark opinion, in our view, brings finality to the age-long tussle between us and the Gaming Commission as to who has the sole mandate to regulate consumer promotion that has raffles, draws, point-based selection criteria as a format. Using the Caritas Lottery Platform brings credibility to a company's brand. And again, I'm happy to state that the proceeds from the Caritas Lottery Platform go in to support our Good Causes project. We have many companies on board now, FMCGs, banks, private companies, some of which, but a few, are Gino, EcoBank, Fidelity Bank, Bolt Ghana, Bell Beverages, Casa Precon, Farm Milk, FBM Bank, Visa International, Rana Motors, Engbox, Melcom, among others. Airtel Tigo, and many other telecommunication giants as well. The Good Causes Foundation was also launched on 20th October 2021. It is the charity arm of the authority, spearheading our corporate social responsibility. Again, Section 2(3) of the National Lotto Act stipulates that conduct as part of the operation of National Lotto, a lottery to provide care and protection for the physically or mentally afflicted, the needy, the aged, orphans, and destitute children. The foundation aims to develop, implement, and maintain a structure based on 4 main pillars approved by the NLA Governing Board. These pillars include health, education, youth and sports development, arts and culture. Let me at this point also pay a glowing tribute and say a big thank you on behalf of the Governing Board, management, and staff of the NLA to our friends and colleagues from Ivory Coast who gave us $60,000 in 2021 to set up the NLA's Good Causes Foundation. Since then, we have undertaken many projects under the various pillars. Medical outreach in communities, donation of medical equipment to several hospitals across the country, refurbishment of recovery wards in Koforidua and the Central Hospital as well, and also that of the Tetekwashi Hospital. Also the support for the aged, the Wager Leprosarium, the psychiatric hospitals, support to individuals with medical ailments, among others. We have also, as part of our support to education, built smart labs for Bostal Institute, provided brilliant but needy students support with scholarship, refurbishing of schools across many communities, and establishing an IT lab in collaboration with Ask Ghana for schools in the Aguna West municipality. Again, we have also distributed many educational materials and equipment for our remote schools. Let me commend the head and the officials of the Good Causes Foundation for their untiring effort and also for coming to the aid of the Ghanaian public when it matters most. Again, under youth and sports development, the NLA supported government's effort for the Youth Start program with 10 million cedis last year, with a promise of another 10 million cedis as our contribution towards government's effort in resolving youth unemployment. We also partnered with the Edumasa Hema through the Nana Sewa Braka 2 humanitarian fund, bees making and dressmaking support and industry. We supported female football groups, including the Hazakes ladies. Under arts and culture, we continue to support our chiefs and people through festivals, and again, bringing our community draws closer to them. The celebration of our culture through festivals and our community draws also took us to many communities. Also, sometimes I don't know whether to put the Kwewu Easter as a religious festival or culture. But let me say religious to cultural festival of the chiefs and people of Kwewu. Then again, for the people of the Anwolo traditional area, the NLA was live during the Hogbechocho to support the chiefs and people through cash donations and community draws. We were in Ogwa for the Fetua Fashe Festival, doing same, and also to celebrate with the chiefs and people of Nsamoma Dwedri when they had their Ojua Festival, and provided support for Homowo and many others. Again, together with CTFM, we partnered them for the Heritage Month, the Heritage Caravan, which took place in the month of March. But there are some serious cases sometimes which do not form or come under any of these pillars. And when it matters most, the NLA comes to the aid of these people and communities. For instance, when we're called upon to support the people of Apiati during their unfortunate explosion, the construction of corn mill facility for the Gontin community, donation of office equipment and logistics to support some of the district and divisional offices of the Ghana Police Service, the support to the National Council on Persons with Disability, construction of mechanized boreholes and toilet facilities across the country. Simply put, we invest in these projects to fulfill our statutory obligation and giving back to communities in which we operate. And let our patrons know that when you do not win, because you won't always win, and when you do not win, your money supports national development. Honorable Deputy Minister, Madam Deputy Director General, distinguished friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, our three most significant achievements form part of all the effort by both management, the board, and staff to shape the narrative, give the NLA a new image and branding, and arrive at this point. They have helped us achieve the following through our collective effort: revenue improvement, rebuilding the image and the brand of the authority through the Good Causes Foundation, regular interaction with our media friends, better engagement with internal and external stakeholders, better cohesion between staff and management and between management and board, thereby creating industrial peace. Again, we believe that these engagements that we continue on periodic basis to have with our LMCs and PLOs also have contributed greatly towards the NLA's new image out there. Let me state that we still have challenges, but that's why we appoint leaders and we appoint heads to also manage these institutions. In as much as we continue to confront the activities of illegal operators on a daily basis, I must also state that we are also resolute in our resolve to partner government and the security agencies to also weed out the activities of these illegal operators. And I am confident that the NLA next year will also chalk more success, and we should be able to also give a better account of what we did in 2023. Thank you so much for having us, Madam Deputy Minister.
DG, that was so masterfully delivered. Okay. Thank you for that very insightful presentation, Director General, and also showcasing all the wonderful things that the NLA has achieved under the Good Causes Foundation. If this is 2 years, imagine 60 years of good causes. I'm just overwhelmed that I believe the next 60 years at NLA will definitely be better and brighter than the ones before. I was also particularly impressed about the fact that in the face of digital revolution, the NLA really knows its market, that although they have traditional patrons, even though they are unable to migrate everybody to the new era, you still have this fund, which you mentioned about, the stabilization fund, to be able to carry the older generation or older patrons along. And I'm also impressed about the fact that you are trying as much as possible to clear the legacy debts in terms of wins. You mentioned that out of 50 million Ghana cedis, substantial amount of that has already been cleared. I believe that is so important because it will help restore the integrity of your draws, and people know that when I win big, I'm getting some big amount within the shortest possible time. And it was also so refreshing that you mentioned that through exports to neighboring countries, you are expecting that in 2023, you get some 80 million Ghana cedis from Nigeria and 30 million Ghana cedis from Ivory Coast. That is so impressive, and especially when I watch the video of the Good Causes Foundation, I am more than convinced that a win for NLA is a win for Ghana, because you use your proceeds to help deprived communities and to help a lot of people. There's been times I've seen NLA post videos or pictures about boreholes, some facilities in rural communities, and then people just trivialize it. Maybe if you are in Accra and you can afford a bottled water, you don't know the value of some of these interventions. But if you go to rural Ghana, as we are all aware, we don't have 100% coverage in terms of access to water. People still need these facilities. They need the school buildings, they need the water, they need all the resources that will help them perform better in sports, arts and culture. They need the training, they need the libraries. So thank you so much for the thoughtfulness and learning the best practices from around the world, so that you will use the revenue to help the ordinary Ghanaian. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will now invite your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. If you show your hand, you mention your name and affiliation, and then proceed to ask your question. John? Okay. And Agnes and Atta? Okay.
Thank you. Atta Mensa from Ghana News Agency. Yeah, I was so impressed with the Good Causes Foundation, some of the projects that you are undertaking across the country. I want to find out how much you have spent so far in implementing these laudable projects. Then two, you said when you went to Cote d'Ivoire, you learned, even though they learned lottery from Ghana, but they are making more profit or they are getting more proceeds. What good lessons you learned that you want to replicate them in Ghana so that we can also do more? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Agnes.
Right.
Hello, sir. You indicated that...
Please, your name and affiliation so that you can address.
My name is Agnes. I report for the Chronicle. So you said that you have a lot to gain from being certified for responsible gaming. So I'd like you to outline some of these benefits that you stand to gain. And then also, I want to know what conditions you need to fulfill in order to be certified, and if you have fulfilled these conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. We'll take the third and then go to... okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Benin from Onia TV. Director General, thank you very much for your speech. But I want to find out just a simple question. Nigerians, for the past 60 years, they have not been able to pay these royalties. But I think NLA, we have previous Director General in there. But why you? What is the secret that you use to convince such Nigerian people, and now they start paying us the royalties? What is the secret? What did you do to change all these board games?
Thank you for the question. John?
Yes, my name is John Awuni. I represent Kesvin. I have some two quick questions. First one has to do with the illegal lotto operators. What is the DG doing to stop that? And secondly, some industry players have concerns regarding the commission they receive. They say 35% is what they are currently receiving, and some legal and illegal lotto operators are currently paying between 38 to 40%. What is the Director General doing about the percentage of commission that the operators receive? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take Hanan for this round, and then, okay, there is another hand at the back. Okay.
Abdul Hanan from GH1 TV. DJ, I'd like to find out from you revenue generated for year 2022. I was hoping to hear that, and if you could kindly clarify. I heard the minister mention cities. These amounts that you've mentioned, 80 million and 30 million and 90 million, is it in cities or is it in? I just want clarification on that. Thank you.
So we'll take the last question for this round.
My name is Stephen Zuri from mynewsgh.com. If you look in today's daily guide, you see NLA staff busted for fraud. It has to do with some staff of the NLA, the IT department. Can he confirm or deny to us? And number two, can he go into detail and let us know how much these suspected criminals have been making of the NLA, and when was this detected? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions. I will invite DG back for his responses, but before that, I would like to acknowledge our media partners. We are live on GTV, Asase Radio, MX24, Net2 TV. On Facebook, we are streaming at Ministry of Information and also at Ocheman TV. Thank you so much for the questions. I will invite DG for his responses, and if possible, we will come back for follow-ups.
Our wonderful Deputy Minister, you did cut short our enjoyment in terms of our video, because we only gave you that of the education. And these are short videos. So we have one on health as well. So maybe after these answers, we can have that one through it. Then I'll come back for the next round. So on the question of how much we spent on good causes last year, touching lives, the board approved for the NLA management to spend up to 20 million cedis in touching lives. And with this, clearly, we believe that lottery is also all about good causes. For the year 2022, the World Lottery Association estimates that member bodies and countries, as part of good causes worldwide, contributed $94 billion towards good causes. And out of this $94 billion that the WLA, through its member authorities and associations, contributed to spreading cheers around the world, the NLA's contribution was 20 million cedis. I also got a question from a good friend on what we are learning from Ivory Coast. You know, I think one thing that I've observed with the Francophone countries is discipline. They are very rigid when it comes to their laws. The Ivorian Director General was telling me that when he assumed office, the illegal operators had about 60% of the market. Today, through their laws, through their swoops, they've been able to reduce the 60% market that definitely had the illegals controlling down to 9%. And I believe that's significant. So one of the strategies will be for us to also have multiple draws, partner the security agencies to conduct swoops. And I can confirm that last year and early this year, our partnership with the security agencies and apparatus, the National Security and the National Signals Bureau, led to many of these fraudsters and illegal operators also being busted. Ohim asked the question about Nigeria and how we've been able to also get them to pay. You know, if it was Ghana playing the Nigerian game, they wouldn't have allowed us to play for 25 years. They would have collected their money that day. So we needed to also have a very good discussion with them. I'm just trying to choose the words well. So through this engagement, through diplomatic effort, and through strategic partnership and collaboration, we also encourage Nigeria to also have their own national game, and then they can have the Ghanaian game as an aside. So last year, somewhere on the 12th of July, an NLA team, we were in Abuja to also help Nigeria launch its new game, which is a 649 game or so. The NLA's very old game, which is very popular on the African continent, we call it 590. That's 5 balls drawn out of 90 balls as you normally see it on the screen. And it's the most popular within the sub-region. So clearly, we assisted Nigeria to have their own game. We also told them that in developing this game, the NLA goes through a lot. We pay our partners who carry it live, and then again as well, the draw panel is always represented by someone from the Ministry of Finance, representing the Finance Minister, one person representing the Chief Justice and the Judiciary, and myself, the Director General, either myself or my deputy or any of my directors or management members sitting to represent the Director General. So we go through a lot to develop these games. And I think my predecessor started the process. Some way, somehow, it did not end up with the NLA getting its fair share. But when we assumed office, together with my Director Legal and the former Director of Operations for the NLA, we embarked on this journey once again. We engaged and we also involved the government of Nigeria that if they want to continue enjoying our games, they must be willing to also pay their fair share. On the issue of commission, let me state that Ghana, we have the highest commission payment, which is 20%. In Malta, where the game originated from, they pay 7%. If you go to the United States and the United Kingdom, they pay 6%. If you go to Ivory Coast, they pay 9% on the commission. And then if you go to Jamaica, they pay 3% commission. In Ghana, we pay 20%, making it the highest in the world. The World Lottery Association, on several occasions, they've warned us to be very careful with the way we keep increasing this commission rate. The commission rate simply means that for our lotto marketing companies who are selling these tickets on our behalf, when let's say they sell tickets worth 100 cedis, they get 20% out of it. But as I stated, across the globe, ours is one of the highest. But we also have extraordinary circumstances, and we continue to also dialogue with our stakeholders and partners. We do not charge 35%. Anybody charging 35% commission is illegal, and I think that is what has fed into the public within the illegal space. Last year alone, the World Lottery Association estimates that the global body lost $1.3 trillion through illegal lottery activities. And we are hoping that this year the story will be different. And that is why we've been very serious at engaging the state security agencies. And in the coming weeks, the National Security and the National Signals Bureau will be operating undercover to make sure that we arrest all persons who are engaged in illegal lottery. On how much revenue the NLA raised, the NLA, through its online and on the POS, for our own revenue, we raised almost 290 million in total, and together with our collaborators as well. Last but not the least, we believe that when it comes to good causes, we owe it as a responsibility to the World Lottery Association, to the African Lottery Association standards, to the government of Ghana, and to the people of Ghana. Madam Minister, if briefly we can have the video on our health. I hope Then there was a last question on the, sorry, madam. Which one? So, the benefits of it, you mean? Well, it's a very interesting question. The truth of the matter is, Ghana is currently certified as, we are on level 1. Level 1 simply means like no level. And clearly that means there are some key ingredients that you must have to be able to go beyond level 1. And they gave us stringent measures for us to have an advisory bureau, to have a center where we advise people on responsible gaming, and then we must also ensure that for 18 years and above. And even in the liquidation of the wins, we must ensure that if you are playing our game, you are 18 years and above. And then we also ensure that you don't spend more than some 2-3 hours just fixated on playing the game. So being certified for responsible gaming means, 1, you are responsible. 2, the World Lottery Association then recognizes you as a very serious lottery body. And then again, when it comes to some exchange programs, and then and investors as well, also coming in to support you. Last but not the least, every summit, every conference, you are also recognized as a member that we can deal with, and you are used as an example amongst your colleagues. Currently in Africa, we have that of Morocco and Ivory Coast being on level 4 for responsible gaming, and Ghana continues to be on level 1, which we've been on that level for the last 10 years. My sister is asking why. The why means that's what we are working towards, moving from class 1 to class 3, at least. On I'm sure there was a question on there was a question on the swoop and the arrest of some staff, as you spoke about today. I read it also in one of the tabloids. But basically, sometime last year, management realized that we had some unusual transactions on our system where, and within the standards of the WLA and the African Lottery Association, a classical example is if you have 1,000 people playing your game, an example, and let's say 200 people are successful and they win. About 7 to 10% of these 200 will not liquidate their wins. When the ticket is soiled, when the ticket is torn, when the ticket is damaged, when the ticket gets lost, you cannot liquidate the wins. But at the NLA, sometime last year, I realized that almost every day there's 100% liquidation of our wins, which cannot be. So management, together with board, we set out to find out more. And internally we tried. We're not too successful. So something happened late last year, which triggered us to have a second look at it. And together with our team from legal, we petitioned the National Signals Bureau to try and monitor these activities. 2 of these people were arrested in some remote parts of the country. And upon further interrogation, they also named their collaborator, who happened to be a staff of the National Lottery Authority. So the security apparatus subsequently apprehended that staff, and the staff is in custody and assisting with investigation. And we believe that as we also try to clear our lines and bring to the fore the activities of these illegal operators and people who are bent on sabotaging the efforts of the board and management, we are determined to also collaborate with the security agencies. Over the last few weeks, I have been on leave, but my understanding is that we've had the National Signals Bureau also visiting our offices frequently as they continue with the investigation. The board subsequently also granted the National Signals Bureau the approval to dig deeper, and almost all the issues that leads to revenue losses should be investigated from end to end. Thank you. I'm sure I answered yours. Okay. Okay. Minister, is that okay?
Okay, so please, we will take the last set of questions. Priority to those who haven't asked. And if we still have slots, I'll call you 1, 2, 3 years. Okay, I can see 2 other hands at the back. Yeah. So, Nana, please.
Yeah.
Proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Director General. I have 2 questions for you. You did mention
please,
that.
your name and affiliation.
My name is Nanapoku from Daily Searchlight.
No.
You did mention that you met a legacy debt of 15 million Ghana cedis. You have paid a substantial amount. We want to know how much you have paid and how much is remaining. And do you intend to clear all the arrears before you leave the scene? My second question, you did mention that you have some corporate social responsibility for the aged and PWDs, people with disabilities. What is the criterion? What is the modality? What must one do to access this facility or support?
Thank you for the questions. Okay, Paul.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Paul Nyoje Dalafu, and I report for the Daily Statesman. DG, in your presentation, as you continue to mention some of the support you've given to some rural areas, most especially I realized that they were centered in the southern area. I don't know whether you have done something in the northern part. And my next question is, do you consider any move to actually decentralize the activities of NLA? For instance, building some of your offices in the regions. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Okay.
So I'm Ebenezer Kofi Ponsa with the Daily Guide. DG, mine is a quick follow-up. I think someone asked, but wasn't answered. How much you are losing to these illegal operators? You made mention that you've actually embarked on some series of programs to arrest these perpetrators, but we want to know how much you're losing to them over the years.
Thank you for the question. I saw one hand.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Francis Chamantin Okofigo. Yeah, DG, where they straight, maybe some customers, you know. Since I started to see since 1962, amount it to the same amount of mutual payment there. Quite be what most with customers, so it be our prices because we have a fee that in Ucha were 10 cities, amount of near 2,400. Into the quite be what may increase in and I'm more banker to bankers now, or mutual drinking sports and as if for more help can be sooner.
Thank you for the question. There was one last hand at the back. Okay, if it's been asked, okay, then I'll give the opportunity to those who have follow-up questions.
Yeah, thank you. As the DJ rightly said, that the NLA is making effort to demystify the perception about lottery in Ghana. Yet there are people, especially Christians, that when they see you going to stake for lotto, they look at you with different eyes, as in quote, as a sinner, like that. Yeah, they see you as a sinner going to stake lottery. And so, apart from you conducting community draws, what other communication strategy are you embarking on to demystify this perception that sinners stake lotto? Thank you.
Okay, we take the last question.
All right, thank you. DJ, congratulations. You said NLA is now West Africa Lotteries Association member. My follow-up, my question Busa DJ, and he said, a year Morocco seminar for the first time, Omo hosted gaming, no. Obey me, I can't check Ghana for. Sikado do say na moti start here mudure mu movie enso yenya bibi kakra efremu ahe ene yenya fremu.
Thank you for the questions. I take that to be the last question. But after the presser, if you have any follow-up questions, you can call or talk to the PRO of NLA, Mr. Goodfellow Ode Ofe, or the Director Corporate Affairs, Mame Kesua Dolphine. And also, if you have any further questions on good causes, you can reach out to Ms. Amafre. Thank you. So I will invite DG back for his responses.
So, first of all, the NLA is not a member of the West African Lottery. We continue to be a member of the WLA and ALA. We don't have West Africa Lottery Association. We have African Lottery Association, for which we are now a member in good standing. And your question as to what we derived or what we got from the hosting of the Seminar on Responsible Gaming, as I indicated earlier, we hosted over 100 global leaders and players within the lottery space, some from the tech space and some from the very end-to-end solution of the game and its development. And again, it contributed significantly by also once again showcasing Ghana to these guests, many of whom had not been to Africa and Ghana before. And the good news too is that in terms of our hospitality industry, they also benefited greatly. Some also had the opportunity of visiting our slave castles and the World Heritage designated sites that we have in Ghana. Many thanks to the CEO for the Ghana Museums and Monument Board who is here. His outfit supported us and facilitated the trip of the World Lottery leadership and the African Lottery leadership. For many who have heard of the story of the slave castles, the slave trade, the dungeons, to also get to witness what happened during that dark period of our existence. Also, my brother from Statesman also did ask a question as to why the NLA's good causes is centered more in the South. It's actually not. And I think the subsequent videos would have played, but we have some few technical hitches. If you go to WA, like there's the Bahas Foundation, which is a home for the mentally afflicted, also benefited from our support and our generosity. If there's a famous case of baby Selena, who had more of a brain tumor, and the NLA had to come to the aid of the poor family. Several things that we've also done in Tamale and also across the northern part of our country. Also, the WA School for the Blind, they've also received some support from the NLA. This year, the board is also giving us indication that the NLA for the next 2 years aggressively will be embarking on the digging and the construction of more mechanized boreholes and toilet facilities as our support to the society, to the poor, and to the very weak, and for those who may not have access to good quality and potable drinking water. And just as the Honorable Deputy Minister said, if you're only in a car, you may not really understand what people go through in our rural areas. For some of us who have had the unique opportunity of traveling around the country, almost every city and every village in the country, sometimes you come face to face with the misery that our people go through. For them, what you see here as normal, to them is luxury. And so you may not understand. And when people try to also make fun that, sometime back we posted a picture of mechanized boreholes that we had embarked upon and dug for the people of Abutechi down within the eastern region. For many years, the people were drinking from a running stream. And if we show you the pictures and its attendant health effect, you will not understand. And that is why it was not for nothing that the chiefs decided to write to the NLA Good Causes Foundation to support them. Today, at least, they also have the benefits of potable drinking water. I think what caused the stir, in my estimation, was not the borehole, but the mischief that people attached to it, that I think the poor decorator in that community who decided to put balloons and ribbons on the borehole, fine, but that is not even the point. The point I'm trying to make is it comes with a job. So if you have 5, 6 pictures and somebody decides to pick the one with the ribbons, and so Good Causes Foundation, going for it, stop dressing the poly tanks and the boreholes. You let it stay as it is, so that some of us too can sleep in peace. I was trying to help amplify the work you're doing. They gave it to me proper. So now I'll look at the pictures and take the ones without the ribbons and the balloons when I'm posting. Lastly, what is the NLA doing to stop the activities of illegal lottery operators? As we have one journalist asking. I did indicate that it's a strong collaboration between us and the national security apparatus. And this time, we believe that we are going to be more aggressive. Because many of them will be plain clothes, they'll be able to integrate into the society and get accurate information before they conduct the arrest. Kofi asked the question of how much we pay the players and the winners. For now, we haven't reviewed it, and the price format and pay structure remains the same. But I quite remember you called me on one Sunday asking of what were the winning numbers the day before. Called very early in the morning. I'm sure that time, eyes clear, money finish, reality setting. So basically, what the NLA is seeking to do is to complement the efforts of government per our act, create moments of hope and exciting times, and to also support the citizenry through our good causes. You asked a question of how people can assess. I'll come to that. So the Good Causes Foundation, let me take the latter part and I'll come to the debt matter. The Good Causes Foundation, we have our doors open, but we have limited funds. It's only when we are lucky that the house wins that we use our share of our profit to support good causes. By convention, the NLA staff and management, we do not participate in the games. Because I'm sure if any of you should see any of my management members trying even our luck, you think that once the DG or this management member is trying, that this will be the winning numbers. You have people sometimes seeing you in time, so, car number, and when I don't even know the car number sometimes. So we do not participate in the games. But for you to assess the proceeds of lottery, the people normally write to the Director General, or sometimes when our attention is drawn to a situation, we go to support. Currently, for the judiciary, we are supporting them to build a police post for the judges as well to also help improve upon their security. And yes. Then the first part of your question was on the debt of the unpaid wins. I think the unpaid wins when we came was around 15 million. And then so far we've cleared more than 60% of that. So we're looking forward to also clearing the rest. But every day you have people winning. So every day you have debt. That's how it is. So as we clear the backlog, we are also remaining competitive by paying wins. If you cannot also say no, you want to pause and clear the backlog, and then you have the daily wins also piling up. So as much as possible, we want to create that balance. But for those that we've been unable to clear this, you have our assurance and our resolve that we are determined to play our role and to reward accordingly. As you ask that, am I going to clear all these before I leave? I cannot clear the one on the last day of my exit, because that will have to be paid by another person. But we'll continue to make the effort to clear majority of it. Quite a colossal amount. So sometime as of 2021, we had about almost 65% of our market in the hands of the illegal operators. But now it's somewhere around 40% in the hands of the illegal operators. And we keep working hard to make sure that this number is reduced significantly. And that is why we keep encouraging the public that if you play the game with an unlicensed operator, you yourself, you are setting yourself up for tragedy. Because when there's a big win, they will close their doors and they will run away. And that becomes very detrimental to the little that you had in your pocket to try your luck. So we are encouraging you, go with the brand, go with the NLA or our accredited private lotto operators. Yes, sir. On the stabilization. The decentralization, we have offices in 10 out of the 16 regions of Ghana. And then we also do have some offices that we are spreading across. For instance, we're looking at opening a branch in Asankregwa in the western region. We're looking forward to one in Kaswa as well. We're also looking forward to one at Manfi in the eastern region. And we continue to also open our doors to areas where the markets are developing. That of the Ashanti region, we are taking a closer look at it, and part of the Bono region as well. So we are there, but this is not the civil service where you need to have an office in every district. So as much as possible, we look at the market and we spread ourselves accordingly. It is our hope that within the next 2 years, we can be in all the administrative regions of Ghana. But once again, we look at the market, and then we know what we're doing. The 20%. Okay. Yes. Demystifying the lottery. That now we have multiple channels, and that is why for our customers and players, from the comfort of their homes, they can enjoy it on their mobile phone. And then for those who also be willing to also walk to our very cherished writers and retailers in the kiosk, they are also free to do that. But the reality is, the online, so what makes the situation more critical is that the online operations of the NLA is just about 17%. And if online alone this year is going to fetch us a colossal amount of 92 million, then if the online develops, it can rake in more. But strangely, the terminals, that's the one sold on the point of sale terminals, is the one that is supposed to bring us the hundreds and millions of cedis. But the activities of these axis of evil, these illegal operators, seem to have disabled our capacity. And that is why we have sought the assistance of the national security apparatus to partner us in ridding the system of illegal operators. And as I said earlier, the difference between Ghana and the Francophone countries, to be specific, Ivory Coast, Benin, Senegal, and Togo, and the rest is the discipline. Here, when you arrest somebody who is engaged in an illegal operation, you will have sometimes chiefs, sometimes very prominent people, and coming in and giving you politicians as well, my former colleagues, politicians. So, and it makes the work very difficult. But if we can all say that, look, wrong is wrong, and you partner the NLA, we can generate more revenue to even assist. Last year, we started discussion in supporting the Ghana Journalists Association with some scholarship support as part of our good causes, something moderate to start. And this year, we're looking forward to honoring that promise that we made to the GJA when they visited us. At least something small to also build the capacity of our journalists and our media friends. For those who will be lucky to benefit from the NLA's Good Causes Foundation, we believe that you become an ambassador for the Ghanaian people and also support us in trumpeting the fact that it's better you play with us and not with the illegal people. Someone asked about our expenditure on the NLA at 60. The NLA at 60 was interwoven with the ALA Conference on Responsible Gaming, and the ALA sponsored its guest. So we tied our anniversary along the ALA event, which brought WLA, which brought ALA officials. So they paid for their own accommodation, paid for everything in relation to that. And the association committed in over $200,000 towards hosting their own event. What the NLA needed to do as our support was to make sure that that day everybody was there, get some small drink and food to chop. And that's our contribution. But if the media would like to also support us as part of their CSR, we are always willing to welcome it. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you so much.
DG, in fact, I'm so excited that you made it here personally, but I believe this presentation has also been an eye-opener. Beyond the draws and the numbers, I don't think people know much about all the other wonderful things that you do at NLA. So it is my prayer that this will not be a once-off activity, but you continue to use our platform to educate the public and also to increase the number of patrons, especially among my generation and those after us. So thank you so much. On behalf of my minister, management and staff here at the Ministry of Information, I would like to express our profound gratitude to you, your deputy, and your able team. Yes, and to thank you for supporting ISD and our PROs this year. Without your generous contribution, we wouldn't have been able to do our annual training and peer review. So we are most grateful for the support that we receive from NLA. And we hope that in the coming years, we'll be receiving more support. So thank you so much for making time for today. And also to the press, as always, you have the platforms, and we believe you will use it to educate the public and let them know all the wonderful things that are happening at NLA. I would also like to use this opportunity to once again acknowledge and thank our media partners, GTV, Net2 TV, MX24, Asasi Radio, MOI Facebook team, Ochiman TV. Thank you all for carrying this presser live. Good morning.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say you're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Prior to having our wedding, we discussed how long it would take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that. Right there.
A lot of marriages collapse because of childlessness. Husbands, wives, mocked for what they term as their inability to have children. So I asked the question, are children the ultimate prize in marriages? So here on Moons and Cuddles, we discuss how to handle childlessness, and also in the cases where you find yourself in what they term as an unplanned pregnancy, how best do you handle the situation? And I have here with me the right guest to do the discussion. So Thomas Duke Labig Amankwado, he's a doctoral research fellow at the University of Oslo, Norway. Yes, and he's also a former University of Oxford scholar, and he is the author of historic fiction book The Half Moon, and also he's a coach. Thomas, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Paula.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, he's very popular on Facebook, so you should check out all the amazing things that he does. We're not doing this alone. We also have Smart Techi Nixon. He's an author, a broadcast journalist, a public relations officer. So when we talk, event hosting, when you're looking for someone to train you in public speaking, when we talk about creative writing and anything that has got to do with stage play production, we say Smart Techi Nixon. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you, Paula.
Later on we're going to discuss all the amazing things that you do. That's why we call you the proud sons of the land, guys. So, but today is a big deal in our part of the world where we find ourselves. And they say children are a gift from God, and when you don't have children in a marriage, trust me, they're going to come after you. So I just want to find out, are children the ultimate prize in marriage? Let me take it from you, Smart, since you are the married man.
Nice way to cut Duke some slack on this one. But interestingly, I think that one of the fascinating things that I've heard about marriage is a marriage without a child is still a marriage. And so if you're a couple and you're going into marriage, it is one of the things that you should have at the back of your mind, that a marriage without a child is still a marriage. It doesn't nullify the status of the marriage. Okay, and that is one of the things that people do not come to accept. Because if you take a look at our part of the world, and I'm quite glad that you mentioned our part of the world, when you marry an individual, you are marrying a family. You are not marrying just a person. So at the weddings, you see it manifest. You see expectations of people being projected on you. And after the marriage as well, you would hear these expectations. Because sometimes you would go and visit your in-laws, and some of them will pass very funny comments. Like, hey, it's been a year since you guys got married. What's happening? We all know the intent of that particular statement. It is an indirect way to tell you that you guys are really delaying when it comes to childbirth. And you hear these comments coming from the mothers especially. I want to hold my grandchild. I want to hold my grandchild. But on a broader spectrum, if you really want to take a look at childbirth and the importance of it in marriage, there are a lot of things that stops or prevents a couple from having a child. Let's even move away from the medical condition. I personally believe that there is nothing like there is this funny saying we have in Ghana. People tell you, oh, you just give birth, God will take care of it.
But I don't know how much baby food, pampers, diapers, all those things. Precisely. They have no idea.
Precisely.
But Smart, I'll come to you. Thomas, we know that family pressure can be very worse. So how best can a couple handle an in-law who is always on your door knocking, when are the children going to come? When are the children going to come? And usually it's the women who suffer this. So as a loving husband, how best can you tame them?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And I'm not a loving husband yet, so it's a bit tricky. But that being said, I think that children are indeed a blessing to every couple. And when we look at this from a cultural perspective, from a cultural dimension, we would understand that it's not just about having a child for just having a child for that sake, but it is a way of sort of bringing the two families together in ways that probably would be impossible by just signing a document in court or exchanging vows. This sort of it carves this union between the two families in a very spectacular way, and that is why families always, place a lot of words on children. But then again, you're not your own creator, and you sometimes it might. You try and you're not getting it. But how to handle this is a very tricky question that I don't think we can unravel, get to an answer. But what I can say is that it all comes down to understanding between the families. Why are we not having a child? Is there a medical explanation to this? Is there something we can do medically to improve our chances of getting a baby? If not, then what's the next best option to having a baby? I think that it comes down to just communication between the families and getting to find the best alternative.
Okay.
Yeah.
People place a lot of emphasis when it comes to, you mentioned the medical aspect of it, then you realize that other people are also putting a lot of pressure on the spiritual aspect of it.
Yes.
So, a couple finds themselves in a quagmire where someone says, okay, forget about the doctors, let's go and see this pastor. I
Before
think
you
that
realize you've been all over the place.
Yeah.
But then I just want to find out, because I'm a woman, let me speak for the women.
Okay.
In a marriage where there's no kids, childlessness, the first person that people blame, the woman.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have children. You're a barren woman. The list goes on and on. Why are people quick to, put the blame on women? Meanwhile, there are men who got low sperm count, impotent, if that's the word, it's not too hard. But then people are quick to do. Is it that the women love to take the blame because they don't know people know, oh, my husband, his performance is just, why?
Women are the bearers of life.
Okay.
Women are the bearers of life. Every life on this planet Earth came from a woman. Every single life. There is nothing that walks on the surface of this earth that didn't come from a woman. Aside the man's contribution, it is the women that we see produce. It is the women we see deliver. It is the woman we are expecting to bring the child into the family. But what they forget is what you also pointed out, is that it's two people that put the woman in that particular condition before she can deliver. However, our families are designed in such a way that whenever people get married, at the end of the day, people have this mindset that, okay, the moment I am expecting something from your family or from the couple and I am not getting it, the first intent is to change the woman and not to change the man. The pressure is that, oh, she's not fertile enough. We should have done a background check on her family. We should have asked more questions. Do you know whether she has done any abortions? And so there is too much of expectations, especially on the side of the woman. And I've always maintained this position that it takes a man of strong mind to stand and tell his own parents in the face that stop the noise. Stop putting the woman through that pressure. Because there are things in life you just cannot control. And it's also one of the hardest truths that people can accept. There are things you can control. There are couples today, there is nothing medically wrong with them.
Exactly.
There is nothing spiritually wrong with them. It is not coming. So I would borrow the words of Duke. It comes down to understanding. Do you even understand? These people are in a space where they are doing everything for the first time. The marriage is their first marriage. They are even finding ways of navigating it. And you are here putting pressure of childbirth on them. And so you must have a man. If the man weakens in his mind to kowtow to, let's say, whatever family is saying, that is where the woman feels a lot of pressure on herself because she feels like she doesn't have anybody to lean on.
Exactly.
But if you are the man and you step forward,
stand up for her,
and you are able to tell even your own parents, not just the lady's parents, your own parents that, hey,
Because we say you are the, you are the head of the house. Act
and you are the
such.
neck.
Exactly. The woman is the neck. So you tell them, this is my home, this is how things are going to be run. But then, Duke, in our part of the world, because we prioritize children a lot.
Yeah.
In the cases when they are not coming, people want to try everything possible. They want to know that they've exhausted all means possible. But one thing that people don't love to go for is surrogacy or adoption.
Yeah.
Why is it a big
this is a very tricky question, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It comes down to Ghana's social structure, our cultural social structure. We, the smallest unit in the Ghanaian society is the family, right?
Yeah.
And until recently, it was the extended family. And this is a very close-knit blood relation, right? And Ghanaians, it's hard to sometimes to admit this, but we are very tribalistic.
Highly.
We're very, ethnocentric to that extent. And so, you want, people just can't understand why they should just go and take someone they don't share this, blood relation with, and then all of a sudden treat that person as if that person was his family.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why adoption is very, very, very difficult. But then again, this is a country where we are also quite funny because we also love to bring people that we're not blood related to into our homes, and then also treat them as if they were family. We have so many people living with their aunties and uncles and great uncles and great aunties and distant relatives and all that. But I think when it comes down to childlessness and adoption, it also sort of sends a signal that you have conceded defeat. As soon as you go in for an adoption, then you send a signal to the church members and the Meko that you don't trust you don't trust God anymore, and you've taken the matters into your own hands.
So in a case where we're getting married, maybe I'm a career woman, this is the time where I'm at my peak, so I just want to give myself some time. And then the family people come in and all that. People will even think like, okay, of course, you can't have children. But meanwhile, at that time, I'm just taking my time. You're married, smart. So how best can a couple inform the family that, okay, we are giving ourselves some time?
So for us, I think my wife and I, we made a lot of things clear to both parents. We have visited my parents and they've passed the comment and shut them up. We've visited her parents. They made a comment and she shut them up. Because prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it would take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
You understand?
Yeah.
That discussion went so deep to the point that we had to even discuss the type of education we want to give our kids. And so we thought to ourselves that it needed planning. It wasn't something that we were just going to step in and, do. And most things that people do not weigh as well. It's quite interesting you mentioned career, because in Ghana today, if a lady should get pregnant, it means that she is about to lose about 2 years of her life. And if most men are fully aware in terms of consciousness of the place in which you're going to put the woman, they will think twice about how they bring kids into, because there are, I know a friend who, the wife gave birth, the first one, and the second one followed very quickly, like 6 months later. The wife had taken seed again. And so now this lady, who probably may be supporting you at home with other stuff in terms of payment of bills and all that, is going to be out of work for the next 3 to 4 years. And if we do not manage these things, and I really agree with you, because now you must ask yourself, why are we bringing the kids? Is it just we enjoy having kids, or we really want to give them the best of life, or it is just nice to have an addition in the family to the, to the extended family?
But before we wrap up on this particular discussion, I just want to ask you how important it is to plan your children, because in Ghana we're talking about economy, things are hard, but people just want to give birth, and there are a lot of children on the streets who are just under the sun selling and all that. If you know you are not ready, God will take care.
Paula, let's face the fact. It's very difficult to plan in Ghana. It's not like people don't want to plan or people just are just careless. It's just difficult to plan anything in Ghana. People plan their education, and university lecturers go on strike, and all of a sudden your plan is thrown ajar. It's very difficult. We live in a country where almost everything is based on contingency. You can't even plan a trip that would take 1 hour. You end up spending 3 hours.
Contingency must.
Yes, you say I can't stay my plan.
Wow. So that's the fact of this life in this country. You can't just plan.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that you should not plan. But you have to plan in such a way that would inculcate into your plan these inconsistencies, these unforeseen circumstances. Almost every friend I have here in Ghana is in a precarious job situation, apart from those who are working for the government. I have one of my friends who recently had, in the span of 4 years, has had 3 kids, and this guy is unemployed. And I asked him, just yesterday, but how are you being responsible? You are not even responsible for your own self. You're not being. How are you doing this?
3 kids in 4 years.
And then what he told me was that, how do I think he survived? And I said, how? He said, God. It's just God.
God will take care of us.
It's just God.
I see.
It is important to plan, Paula, but at the same time, we don't want to discourage the youth. We don't want to discourage our peers from taking certain bold steps.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. So we're having today's discussion at Anpi's Barber's Studio here at the Legon City Mall. Guys, ladies, just working anytime from Monday to Sunday. He works all the time. So you can come here for a clean shave. Our gentlemen, it's very important that you look good all the time. We have braiding here. We do twist and locks. We do pedicure. It's a 360 thing here, and the environment is very cool. When you come here, you can come with your friends, and as I stated the last time, you can come with your boyfriend, let him get a clean cut, and then later on you see what will happen. But we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, Mons and Cardos on GhanaWeb TV continues. On GhanaWeb TV, I am Paula Amabroni. Now, for the second part, we're doing something interesting: how to take responsibility for an unplanned pregnancy. Now, this is just not for married people. Before the marriage, when you're there with your girlfriend, with your a woman that you're seeing, and maybe if it's just a one-night thing, and she comes back to say, "I'm pregnant," how do you handle it? Do you say, "Oh, please, this is not what I bargained for, go do the abortion," or you take responsibility? Because at the end of the day, men are taking responsibility for pregnancies. Well, the plan was never to get married. So I just want to have a discussion with our men, Thomas and Smart. So if you had married your wife, right, and the lady comes in and says, "I'm pregnant for you," the plan was not to, get married. How are you going to take it? How are you going to handle it?
I would have advised against it. I have a very strong mindset when it comes to stuff like that. And I've realized that in our country, people frown on certain decisions. Now, there is an argument, whether it's pro-life, it's pro-choice, which side do you stand? I don't stand anywhere. I stand where I would benefit from the results. Okay? Because a lot of things truncate the moment you take that decision. And this is something I tell people. You are free to choose. You are never free from the consequences of your choice. Because the moment something just happens, everything about your life changes. A lady comes to you, she tells you, probably someone you've been dating for a year or two, she tells you, I'm pregnant. What's going to happen now? That means you are going to assume a particular role.
Daddy.
A daddy role. And a daddy role comes with a lot of, responsibilities. And probably, like Luke was saying, you are not even fully in that space, or you don't even have the potential to take care of yourself.
You cannot tell us that you are not ready.
Exactly. So that is where the choice comes in, like I mentioned. What do you want? What do you have with your partners? Or you mentioned even one night stand and stuff like that. People do it once, and
I'm pregnant.
The funny part is the bad boys do it consistently, and one good boy tries it once, one time, then everything is...
That's so painful.
So, in as much as it is very difficult for you to decide, the two of you must sit down. The two of you must sit down and ask yourself, do we need this?
Okay.
Can we handle this? Because what we normally say is, maybe if we take this away, we might not get one anymore. Do you know how many women are stuck in the hospital because their men or boyfriends or husbands cannot pay for them to be discharged? It's just there, numerous of them. So you ask yourself, you can't even pay for your partner to be discharged. What will you feed the children with? What will you? So planning is key.
All right.
And communication is also key because you must talk about.
I want to do a quick one on.
Okay.
Thomas, as a woman, I want to understand, why do some men, emphasis on some men, switch up? We're having a loving relationship. The moment the lady says, I'm pregnant, then you switch up. Then you are showing us your true colors. Why do you do that?
It's because, if you, let's face the fact, some people have sex for recreational purposes and not for family making purposes.
It was nothing serious.
So assuming you go into some sort of a social contract, right? That you're having sex and you're very much aware that, as we say, a friendly match, right? It's for recreational purposes. Then the lady turns up and says, well, there is a lifelong commitment that has been, as a result of of course, you would flip. I will flip.
I would.
If I'm being honest, because that wasn't the point. That wasn't the social contract. That wasn't unless, of course, there was some sort of consensus that if this, results in pregnancy, we could consider it, right? But if there isn't anything of that sort, then I think that...
Thomas, a man can talk about, we're going to have a happy kids and stuff like that. Till some men actually talk about having kids until you tell them there's a kid on the way. But then you talk about a man having to flip because that was not part of his plan. Would you say that is the woman's responsibility to be on a long-term contraceptive while you are not so certain if the man is going to, accept responsibility in that case?
Paula,
should we take the decision of, being in control? Because when it turns out, it always comes back to us.
As a man sitting where I'm sitting now, first of all, I can't dictate or even suggest what kind of contraceptive you should put into your body, because these things come with their own side effects, right? But what I can advise my friends is that you should understand that once you get pregnant, even if the man is going to be responsible, you are going to be the one carrying the baby for 9 months. You are going to be the one whose career might be affected by this baby, right? So even though it appears to be a 50% responsibility going into this, it isn't. And that's a natural fact of the matter, that women must always be a step ahead of us when it comes to being smart about whether you want to have a baby or not. Because once you get pregnant, whether it was for recreational purpose or whatever, as soon as the lady becomes pregnant, in my humble opinion, the choice of whether to keep the baby or not is almost solely the woman's responsibility. If the woman says no, I can't because of my career or even because of my body, that's her choice. That's her body, that's her choice.
Exactly.
Likewise, if she says, well, I think I'm 29 and my mom is, and so I want to have it, then you, the guy, you are in big trouble. You can't force the woman to get an abortion, right? True. So if this is based on what I've painted here right now, women should always understand that even though it's a 50-50 sort of affair, it's your responsibility to protect yourself and protect your career and protect your health. True. And don't get pregnant for men who can't afford to bail you out of
men, let me put it that way. But then before we wrap up on this conversation, I just want to find out, some men say they were trapped into marriage with a pregnancy. So if a man who is in the hot seat, you find yourself in this situation, but you're thinking, oh, you don't want to have a baby mama, you don't want your kids to be scattered, should you go ahead, even without any plan, or the woman being the woman of your dream, should you go ahead and marry that person? And I would say that don't go having sex with women that you can't close your eyes and imagine that this woman is going to be.
It doesn't happen like that, Paula. It doesn't happen.
It should happen like that.
It doesn't happen like that.
You should take responsibility for your action. If you're having sex with a woman,
this is why I think
you should envisage yourself that in the case of the worst case, am I going to be okay?
You know, it doesn't happen like a structured sex. Sex is not always structured and planned.
See, those who go for the recreational sex, they know their game. They're always on the contraceptive.
And sometimes,
but these women who are tripped,
sometimes they are the ones that come back with the issues.
No, see, Duke.
They are the ones that come back with the issues. We're discussing this because we want people to understand something. You can find somebody and have a very good vibe with the person on the first day you meet the person. A very good vibe, you can swear you've never had that vibe with anybody before. And that vibe will lead to sex. And 3 weeks later, the lady will give you a call and tell you something you are not ready to. So, yes, the conversation circles around that. But then, it's very long. There's a long decision as to that. Personally, this is something I tell myself. I'll tell you a story. I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't want a lady to have a child for me that I am in no way in the life of the child. Let's say if the relationship doesn't go well. So that is where your point comes in. If I'm about to do something with someone,
think about it.
I must sit and ask myself, can this woman be my wife? Can I show her off to my parents and my friends? Will I be proud to hold her and not suck her around 4 a.m. and get her?
Smart, you haven't had some vodka.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Most of them are not planned. So you were in the club, you're having a good time.
Thomas, tell me about when you've had the vodka. You're not thinking straight,
I think, it's not that simple. I mean, Smart was trying to elucidate that point that you could be having a good time, and one thing leads to another, and before you realize you are being told you have a family member on the way, and it can be shocking. Yes. Sometimes it can be shocking how some women can get pregnant very easily, and others would struggle to
easily.
Paula, the thing is that we have to understand that in our society, I personally think that having a baby or getting someone pregnant is very different from getting married to someone. You can't as well get married to someone without really thinking that I want to have a baby with this person, because the marriage is between the two of you. The baby is the product of your love, right? That product might come along the way, it might never come along the way. It's about the two people in love and the two people trying to build a life together. That life might include a baby, right? Or it might include adopting a baby. So it's not that black and white that as soon as someone gets pregnant for you, you should marry that person. However, in our Ghanaian society, like we said before, the baby is something that brings two families together in a way that goes even beyond marriage, right? So it's like marrying is one step of bringing two families together, but once you get someone's daughter pregnant, the families become automatically united in that sense, in the cultural sense. I don't remember the last time a friend of mine had vodka in a club, drinking whatever, and then saw a lady and started calculating, is this the woman I want to marry? Is this the woman I want to have? At that moment, you're very much in the moment of that moment. You know what I mean?
For recreational.
You're very in the recreational, you know. So it's not that easy, but women must. And I'm a strong believer that it's fair that this government takes steps to make contraceptives very, very affordable and free for women. In most countries,
we should have like some sort of like vending machine that brings out condoms. People
don't know about it, but if you walk to government hospital, it's very cheap.
Very cheap.
Having to have the IUD, the implants, it's very cheap. People don't know about it. It's even cheaper than the emergency contraceptive that you spend a lot of money on. But then, gentlemen, before we wrap up the show, I know that Smart, you've got, you know, stage play coming out. You're going to tell us about it.
Yes. I'm bringing out the wedding night. Last year we did When Will You Marry Me? And now everybody's beginning to think I'm putting my marriage out there, but that's the funny part. So the wedding night is clearly is about Jephthah and Frema expecting, you know, to have a very good time on their wedding night. They arrive in their bedroom, rose petals on the bed, and they meet a very big surprise, you know, from both parties. Very, very big surprise. We are waiting to see what happens eventually on the day. So the wedding night is showing on the 23rd of April, exactly about a month from now, is going on at the Perez Dome.
But Duke, I also know that you've got amazing stuff going there, from the coaching thing to your novel. Is it available on the market?
No, not yet. We're still working on some finishing touches on that book, and we're expecting it to be out by the close of this year, or probably sooner than that.
Please do ahead and give it to us, we beg. Well, politicians, if I had interviewed a politician, I'm going to give us a timeline.
It's in the pipeline.
It's in the pipeline.
It's actually in the pipeline. I mean, it's a historic fiction novel, and it's around 1390. So it's the late pre-colonial era. And it's briefly about religious imposition and how Islam was imposed on most of the northern Ghana tribe. The book itself is about the Songhai Empire, the old Songhai Empire, and in Ghana it encompasses the Gruma people, a bit of the Gomba people.
The title again?
The Half Moon.
The Half Moon, great. Please, but how can we connect with you? Smart?
Yes, Facebook as Smart Stitching Nixon. And almost all my social media channels, Smart Stitching Nixon.
All right, Duke?
Yes, it's Thomas Duke Labeka Mankwando on all my social media platforms.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I must say I love the conversation and all that. So for my ladies who listen, you know, you should take a cue, especially the part where they're talking about the unplanned pregnancy.
The vodka in the other time.
Anyway, it's always a pleasure coming your way with Mons and Cuddles. And as I always say here, we find ways to spice up your relationship. So whatever we put out here, you should, you know, take a cue and, you know, move forward with it. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with the next episode of Mons and Cuddles. I am Paula Ama-Brenny.
Mommy, you fish can see my cookie soup. Send me from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
The waterfall actually is a combination of 3 running streams, of which the main source is Ote.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is the stream that supplies the majority of the water falling.
The Ote.
Yes.
After climbing down 259 steps to experience a Majorpec canopy walkway, we now have about 20 more steps down and a few others up to enjoy the Ote waterfalls. Majorpec tour series here in the Volta region. This is People and Places, and we are doing this in collaboration with the Volta Regional Tourism Authority on their campaign Visit Volta, Experience Volta, and Share Volta. Today we are at the Ote Waterfalls, and we'll get you the details in a bit. Our tour guide is all the way up there, so we'll get to meeting him and continue with the conversation. My name is Wanda Amihagan. water was so cool that we dropped bottles of water which had become too hot to drink in it when we got here. And within a space of 15 minutes, they were cool enough for us to drink. I'm going to take my shoes off and then dip my feet in the water while we have the rest of the conversation.
What's your phone?
Okay, sure. So, Daniel, please, let's talk the rest of the conversation.
Yeah.
You have to
Ready.
join me here, if you don't mind.
I have to sit?
Yes.
Okay.
So, this waterfall, was it discovered, or it just happened that people started coming here?
It was discovered.
Okay, right here.
There is this hunter that discovered it, and he's called Zando.
Zando?
Yes. On one of his hunting expeditions, he happened to shoot at an animal that didn't die immediately, and then tried to run away from him, but it fell this way. So he traced it down this end, and then he find the waterfall here.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Was he an inhabitant of?
Yes, a native of this community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It sounds a little like the Lake Bosunchi story. Yeah, but that's an interesting story. So the discoverer of this place is Zando.
Zando.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
And so the waterfall actually is a combination of 3 running streams, of which the main source is Ote.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is the stream that supplies the majority of the water falling.
The Ote.
Yes. But yes, Ote.
So where does it come from?
Well, the water bodies we have here are all spring waters.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Because of the height, there's no other running up here. So there are spring waters. That is why at the dry season, the water level reduces. Yes, because it can't spring out very fast. But in the rainy season, it springs out more. Yes. That is why the falls is a seasonal fall. It falls plenty at the rainy season. Yes.
And then it goes dry in the dry season.
In the dry season, but not entirely.
So there's always some amount of water.
There's always some amount. You are lucky. Yesterday we had a rainfall.
That's why
that
it's
is why
flowing a bit.
It is even this much.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then we have a lower and upper fall. Yes.
I'm assuming this is the upper one.
This is the upper one. So this water flows again down to the lower one. Yes, which we may not be able to do today. So we'll skip it.
Some other time when we come here.
Yes.
But people actually go down there, right?
Yes, they do.
How easy is it compared to this place?
If you want to do both the upper and the lower, then it should take you the whole day.
Wow.
Yes.
The whole day, I think, from morning.
From morning to maybe somewhere in the afternoon.
Wow.
Yes. Because the descendings and ascendings are not easy. Yes. You have also to eat so much and have energy. You have to be prepared for it.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. So you can say it's only for the very strong.
Very strong, but the painted can also do gradually.
I like that. I like that. So the faint-hearted like us, I mean, those who cannot go all the way.
Yes.
Daniel says you can still try. I mean, but gradually.
gradually.
So you can still give it a try. There's no harm in trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I would say it's a very nice place. You can also swim, but unfortunately, because of the rocky nature of the place, you put in the deep pools. Okay. Yeah, that is why sometimes at the rainy season, where we have much of the water, you could only float on it. Okay. Yes, or play in it. But from here, you could have natural shower.
So you can just stand under that and
have your shower. Yes, very refreshing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. And these insects in the water, you say they are not harmful, right?
They are not harmful, but whenever they realize the water is muddy at certain points, they run there to make it clean.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Right. So how often do people come here?
Well, it's seasonal though, but weekends are free time for visitors.
So yes. People come here more often
during weekends.
And holidays?
And then holidays. Yes, holidays. We've been having so many people. Unlike the past Christmas holidays, there were so many people here. A lot of them.
I see.
Yes.
I see. So this place is a fantastic place to just come, sit, have some breeze. If you want to snack, you can play music. You can just sit and relax. He also mentioned that you can stand there and just get the water flowing down when the water is a lot, you know. So just try visiting the Ote waterfalls. One more thing, what does Ote mean? Which language is it?
Ote is the name of the stream anyway, but it is derived from our dialect, Sideme, which means Sideme.
Sideme.
Yes,
okay.
Which means it doesn't dry.
Oh. Okay.
So the main word is Oriti. It doesn't dry.
It's also one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Oriti. Which
and then
means
so
it doesn't dry.
It's been what do they call that? Diluted to become Ote.
Ote.
Right.
Yes. Oriti.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's sell the Ote waterfall to Ghanaians. Why should anyone visit Ote waterfall?
In fact, anyone who would want to come here, we would welcome the person. It is not difficult descending down here. Rather, it is welcoming and breathtaking. Yes, you can come, relax, and read your books as well. And feel free, have your shower, you refresh your body. Yeah.
You heard it for yourself. But how much would anyone have to pay, adults and the little ones, if they want to visit this place?
Well, adults are now paying 30 cedis because it's a package now. I should say so. So adults pay 30 cedis. Tertiary students pay 20 cedis. That is those with valid ID cards. And the lower primary schools pay 5 cedis.
So 30 cedis for adults, 20 cedis for tertiary
students
with an ID card,
yeah.
And then
10 cedis for second cycle,
lower, okay.
And 5 cedis for
5 cedis for lower primary.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's it. See, very affordable. I'm sure you can afford it.
Sure.
30 cedis, 20 cedis, 10 cedis, and 5 cedis. So save some money and come and visit this place sometime. I can tell you on authority that you have fun. So it's not just the waterfalls, it's also the experience of descending down to this place. And then the whole canopy walk experience up there. So from down here you can still see the canopy walk up there. So it's a package. Try, make some time and come and visit. But thank you, Daniel, so much for telling us about this place and for making time with people and places.
Thank you so much.
All right.
For coming.
And I'm sure, as always, you also had some fun. We wanted to do more, actually go further down to explore the lower waterfalls and then other caves which were down there, but we were too tired. So at this point, we decided to go back up, and this was something most of us dreaded. We made some stops along the way because some of us were obviously not fit enough to make this journey back at a go. So after all the fun and adventure, we finally made it to the top. And I'm so glad that you could do this together with us. I, for certain, had a lot of fun. So you should try to make some time and come here to experience the Ote waterfalls for yourself. This is People and Places. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us. See you next time.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
How embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if you are nursery phobia on my stage on my what day, on my recitals, and I said in a moment of Mundinaso.
Thanks for joining us on eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. We've met again for another discussion, another conversation on issues relating to the arts and entertainment with a touch of weight. Today on the show, we'll be focusing on gospel musicians and publicity stunts. I'm sure someone who Brother Samini and the Sopoku videos be out. Brother Sami Dieni and the Sopoku na and the Sopoku Tibebi Onenkof be ahead of his program. And Brother Sami Baho, I say, a luta BSC woho, more Kumasi the American luta Motiase, I say, Tawantawa BSC woho. And before this video, there had been some confrontations. Brother Sami and the Sopoku Gachan is a Nimnas Usini anniversary event Nasia or Ninu that was and Osopoku celebrating 20 years in the industry. So we'll talk about that. And as Nebio, on a radio interview, or in a radio interview, I say, girl be a man. Girl be a man, lollipop. So some people are asking questions. Is this for publicity or it is real? And we're asking, if it's publicity, what is really wrong with that for gospel musicians to stage stunts? Later on, we'll focus on American Vice President's visit to Ghana, her meeting with the creatives, her visit to the Cape Coast Castle, and the LGBTQ plus comments that has actually caused controversy. Today on the show, I have Martinez, who is an entertainment pundit and a movie producer. Martinez Akwaba.
You know, boss.
Yeah, fine.
Oh, Nyamiadum.
Nice
one.
I
mean, say Ghana is fine, then you say fine.
Ghana is fine, man.
Say Ghana is fine, then you say fine.
Okay. Any hypothesis? Romeo, Ghana is fine, man.
Yeah, idiot. Yeah, idiot.
Yeah, Magdalena Asari, aka Romeo, is an event organizer. Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's an actor, he's a poet, he's everything showbiz. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Abranti.
If you were managing a gospel musician, would you engage in publicity stunts of any sort?
Business in terms of propaganda marketing and any move to popularize your products, you're welcome. But you see, gospel is good news. It's not something that needs to be diluted. Say ABR, Ubeye, Nyamon be just to promote it. As an analysis, oh, she's scafe and the gospel. But we are gospel. You see, go ye into the world and preach the gospel. Until you don't have to pull stunts to win souls for Christ. As now you are defeating the purpose or the rationale behind your gospel. Make us say gospel and not a gospel no yeah, to win souls. But if you're looking at the business aspect, anything announcing across social media then abba. So we me popularize, we me market to Unyama just for people to see the good works you have, even through events in Asifono. Ebo okra airplay ni this friend saying internet friend saying sources here platforms here good to inti or avenues to popularize whatever acts and as a content out there but to come to create or to raise eyebrow to bait followership there, I feel it's almost defeated the purpose of the gospel. A secular artist in every right in his capacity can do that, and wait me, I am free to do that. But as a gospel artist, no, you don't have that. Then you are not a gospel musician. And yes, someone would argue, say, about business, but the gospel aspect is the focal point. The business, and it will survive. What you say? In America, they are diluting it. It is a new gospel in the area. Then we look at the business aspect. Propaganda marketing is welcome. I know that this has stunts, but Shatawale in say for Omuye. But Shatawale is a gospel artist. It is on or stage BB or police stunts be just to bait followership and answer popularity. You and Osopoku, and I say Dan Hamilton, and I a friend saying Joe Metal. You have no business in pulling stunts. What I say? For me, it's a no-no in that area.
Martinez, you have a different view on that?
Yeah, it's about showbiz. And for me, I always say, you know, gospel musicians now, so it's not just about kingdom business, and blah, blah, but it's about showbiz. I was saying, brand and to me, a building, you need that sustainability. And when in account, mind you, they have, most of them have their lives they live before entering into the music business or the music scene as gospel musicians. It be a honor and a strength. And that's the gospel. But on one case, a different figure. Just that most of them, they do things behind the scene because of criticism, like said Romeo can always say into any can say, oh yes, sir. But in Bimo almost will be pa. And for me, I always say there's nothing wrong, so be. Yes, there's nothing wrong. it's your life. It's about a message you are putting across. But a personal life, and you have to be real. And see, it's like they feel when it comes to showbiz, it shouldn't be about a secular phone. There are ways and means to actually get a certain clause. Like there are award schemes, there are things to be done for you to be recognized and even win the ultimate Artist of the Year. And Osha, so far, Jumetone than how many winning and the gospel fraternity, they were so happy. Sadly, it's almost so a bit more free on my camp with me. But at the other than for more Adrian Corn say a game no more a player. You need to play the game. We can say, oh, Nyamijuma can to Tonyum we a see. No, see, they've come to understand that stunts no winning now can be.
But being is strictly for ministry. So if it's ministry, why pull a stunt to get the attention of the public?
So real, better game. They've come to understand that when it comes to showbiz, it's business. Like Romeo said, if no one criticizes him, but me, I see nothing wrong with it, because at the end of the day, it's about getting your brand very active, getting a certain kind of image out there, being powerful. And to say when we say a farmer, why not? And for me, I believe that gospel musicians are fake, they really struggle in the game, because if you are to charge for a show and you feel like Nyamjuma na me main charge, then you come back later and complain, say yeah, moko program ne wa fanta ni cook and you are complaining bitterly. This is why now because you need to charge in order to sustain the brand. And sustaining the brand, they feel some of these things as parts. And see, well, adults, they understand what they are doing, whether it is real or it's not real. For me, game no.
Yeah. The issue here is that a good contenter, usually you don't need stunts. I'm saying so because
you may not, or you
may not.
Okay.
PSA study, and you're not releasing here. No. Even in the within the fray of the gospel fraternity, no, they are even pushing say on winning artist of the year, because naturally was subdue obia with that kind of release. In their quality, it doesn't matter who you're competing with. Your competitors would even end up marketing you, so you don't need stunts. Today, can I say? Because Enosopoku is a fine artist, or like good songs or voice and a whole lot. So what he owes us is something good to be able to bait even the sleeping ones. Say, hey, Kokujesi should come back with a big bang, and I say, yeah, Joby Chem with a big bang. He wouldn't need a stunt, because he would only have to garnish what he used to give us in the past until I had done. So it becomes easy to reconnect. But pulling up unnecessary stunts, especially with that unwholesome stance of say, yeah, BJ or Basmo, it's ungodly. Like, why that time? Why?
What's in that?
And at that time, I will promote a new man, promote programmer. Was that the appropriate time? You want to say, a stance just to pull the focus. Now, traffic, no,
so how
we are Christians, grandpa, and follow.
How are people easily concluding, say, a stunt with what happened between Enesopoku and Brother Sami and his interview? No, can say, or baby, or a man, BJ or Kemuno. How do you conclude, say, a stunt?
A stunt in Tina discuss one. There's a notion, there's a perception. Until so I catch they say yes stance.
Oh, so I say yes stand.
Oh, but yes, we read between the lines in him say them for a pulling yama, especially saying can be on releasing and only any on the verge of releasing any track and also any project be
it's the 20th anniversary.
And I'm just a project be under the name BBC, and there you could say one of those things. But there's a project, a celebration of his 20th anniversary. It has to do with him, his brand. Until say focus in Ayoko PC, so he has to do something. Say be any better than so, but in the wrong way. And can you say and it's a poku why donation go baby and I say will be a kidney transplant be ni untimi nti ana say chia like something godly. Obetimi a puli that kind of stage stance, you know, in a positive manner, but not in the manner of puli, no. Other brother Sami stage ade omo yes, one of those who has had banter omo police for the Samiechi. As a baby, I say to nyum we say to nyum no. For me, I feel it's a shred in a positive sense. That performance, no. But other friends and components they account uncalled for.
Martinez, does it appear to you as though we seem to be putting the gospel musicians in a box on what they can do and what they cannot do, or wafa gospel na to hono so no there? Maybe actually you should actually stay off.
So, me found 2 ways.
Okay.
But one of my box and the other one, Yanson, ya box me. What I believe in is that you have to be yourself. You don't need to be fake. And the reason why I say America's hand is that most of the gospel musicians, Obia when the life are no living, as an or the gospel music.
That I say Obi ba Christo mo anu aya body of fro. Na ne madada ni nyina twem. Ti say wo was our life na. Say no na twem. E say utimi adapt it to the Christian life. Ana.
You see, upon you, when you 3 years, I was on a maybe when you dream now, we're training Yame, and it's a bonsam. The life he wants to live, or she wants to, or not choose, or the right to live the way he or she wants, except say is against the constitutions of our land. And you veteran as well, and I said, yeah, you facing some punishment. But apart from that, you know, or you're adults. Gospel music, you know, the reality is a lot of them does that for business. So what is it? It's not as if say yeah, gonna do this and you say musra. No. It's about understanding the game, knowing how to write good lyrics, knowing how to compose, and that is it. Let's say, I'm sure saying some way somehow you share Bimo one-on-one. They have their life they live. Those who chooses to come real, I know mobile real.
But all who stand to be or high out time that. I will hear stand who say the way there is not well scripted.
And Bakuni they are discussing.
Yeah. How best could they have done it? Because who believe in stunts? What is wrong with what they came out with?
It looks like they were acting, and when the actor is not on point, I won't. Because how our brother Sami drew and sorry, I mean, it's like it's been scripted.
It was expected.
It doesn't make sense. It's a stunt, all right, but say on the and they come on to them. They are because they are not used to those stuff. Because there are certain stunts be our own. You got to say stunt crown. And later, what to say the parties involved, no. Come out clear say what we did was actually stand as a DC and in your life. You'll be surprised. It didn't look so real.
Me trying to know. To say that lumba ni friends a gospel artist way. Ampon. See as Ampon will show. Na say ebia some patch abna on aware. Na that lumba Ampon to na microphone be sound they will crowd na say that lumba be pure stage so. Obia who say tailored stunts. If he say natural, just to prove to the public, say, oh, they are no longer a beefing. Which has meanwhile a bit my stunts behind the scenes. So a bit my orchestrated in a manner like people will be in doubt. We say nicer, but when it's become glaring, it's boring.
So I mean, every stunt to be our consequences. Until once you are doing it, you should know say, who's so bad. Or say ufisi. I mean, it's you need to understand. It's so we see you say there. No idea. Say the who's so never. I know they say you get by we there no. It looks so fake.
What will be the consequence? We there no.
Me, I don't see any problem with it.
Okay.
But I've been a Romeo kind of majority will see a problem with it and feel like we are gospel musicians. You are not supposed to get at each other like that. So even more, you don't believe what you preach. It will go against them, especially with their and then Sopoku come about BJ. It tells you said they also have BJ in their bedrooms. When put in a bedroom or cars. And you worry them. Okay, we move and they are enjoying life, Pepe. So what I said, no, maybe I'm not being the kind of work I mean,
no, they need your bass.
Yeah. Some time ago, when they see on Nayas,
yeah.
So it tells you, say, and no mono, a bit more because they're passionate.
But the fact is, maybe I'm social. More talent we bring, more challenges. Say, immoral, and discipline. In some of these things we pardon, but you don't put it at the fore. Like you don't make it. Say, Ubian, what talent? You know, because Ubian send them in Buade, Ubit me the one work answer. But actions and conversations, oh, guy, we all talent, but Umbuade, but men for one day, and because I mean, himself, that's what he did.
Right. So that's the discussion on the publicity stunts our gospel musicians, Ebimu, Epuli. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll talk about the U.S. Vice President and her visit to Ghana, as well as how its influence on the arts will be. See Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantip. I'm doing this with Martinez. He's a movie producer, entertainment pundit, and McDonald Naneo Asari, aka Ambassador Romeo. He is an event organizer, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman. So next is U.S. Vice President's visit to Ghana. First, Name Bono Kamala Harris, and then Matis will be say, Ano, last any year silent. Okay, Kamala Harris. Me boy and I am matumebo because I only elne woman. So we'll do a course a discussion on that. I don't know where my panelists would want to take it from. So from the airport, the stage that was mounted for her, the comments she passed. The LGBTQ comments. Remember, some of our celebrities have been talking about LGBTQ plus, KNUST, UDS, So we'll talk about that as well, and then her visit to a recording studio, her engagement with people in the arts. Let me read her statement on the LGBTQ plus. She says, "I feel very strongly about the importance of supporting the freedom and supporting the fighting and fighting for equality among all people, and that all people be treated equally. I will also say that this is an issue that we consider, and I consider to be human rights issue, and that will not change." So those were her comments, kind of urging us. And obviously, the reason she came to Ghana or Africa was to push for the LGBTQ plus. So first off, let's begin from the airport, the stage. Nayanka with her meeting with the stars and then the LGBTQ. Let me begin.
The stage in the honestly speaking, one embarrassment. Omano, in terms of a country of so much, a country of so much creativity, so much brilliance. No say you're welcome. We share this kind of stage. Like as a
how embarrassing is the stage?
For me, I saw it as if a nursery phobia on the stage on my wadi, on my recitals, and I started in a moment of Mundinaso. Because honestly speaking, I didn't get the concept behind it. Over knowledge, and I say I don't get it. For me, it was a bad spectacle, and we could have done something unique, something like, even if Oba Kramudi Abedia, it's a palm front. As a Ozana, Nama Yama in the Chikra, Rebikra Namudi, Sawi for friends and cram for the Homo, sound run away. No, he will be him say, sending some traditional signal, say, Waba Africa. we are upholding our vegetation.
Was the kente not symbolic enough?
The symbolism of the kente at that time with its usage was wrong. She stage the kente nabo. What was its essence? Stage one kaza as Abrantepa as an individual. What went into your mind? Like then a call you, then about you. Then I would dream and say you were creative people. We do your mind in him. Now I'm going to advise this way. That's the first question I made him. I say, until when I suggest this way, and I want to promote this way, because it was an embarrassment, honestly speaking. And on any platform, it was a Nigeria forum for causing this would be sort of a banter. I'm going to be TV and say, you know, opportunity to say, it wasn't.
Would we not be the same people to have complained if we had mounted a glamorous stage and roping in difficulties in terms of finances? I dare you say
budget stage. Upa me nkoshe say exorbitant. Koshe budget. So it has nothing to do with the exorbitance of where you dignity or over. So we have to give it our best shots. Mind you, Urban or the Crawford by OTS, BET for Grammy for actresses, actors, directors, so they're also looking at a level of creativity. And when you chance American Vice President, now why a best stage can take the almost your problem through the American embassy. Easy. But do something, come up with a concept. And active at golden stool and our cover no and OTH and this signal people start reading about the golden stool. Now so I raise discussions. What's the concept behind this best stage?
So this was the post that Nabil Alasan made on Facebook. A company, and for him he didn't go with his design. It is the design from his client. So he did what the client wanted. Because people were bashing him and he had made some posts on Facebook about the fact that
to understand, okay, but as a professional it's wrong. Once you're a professional and you have standards. Now say Obi wants you to skew off your standards. It's not just about the money. What you say until you're doing it at this way, then you're not the unpaid with fraud. But if you come, so whatever blame comes on J. Because so be Akwaba say unya live band on performing. Just standard. And you can have the man offshore no standard why they was set. Team you negotiate on this because of live band crowd or feeling okay so be performing live band or better so much in the bucket for my be by force. See who you be na say who say you are the best at it. Na so be ba normal concepts be and follow within your scope. I didn't go say bit my brewa. And this kind of thing kwaje. So why would he be explaining things? The client's concept or develop here, it wouldn't go so excuse my language, gibberish.
Yes,
okay, so comment.
Me too, I didn't like it.
You don't like
it?
Okay.
But I remember I had to keep say stage now I can say I don't need then.
A number of people have commented on it. Nana Banamwade, when she saw the picture, her comment was A+ also says it's Sugribi Village Square and that we could have done better. And so that's the reason, and for those who may not be aware, this falls within the arts when it comes to stage decor so even if the celebrities have not spoken, we still would have. Romeo, want to say something?
Yeah, my problem is that in this country Obia within a domain, so Jumeiba not follow be within Nipano jurisdiction as a professional. Or per se, Odi Husikentino, or best sublet am Obi. Meanwhile, so far professional, not professional in Ejumano.
Oh, but Nabil is a professional.
And I make sure say Nipano di Ejumama Nabil. Nipano concept no de buy Nipano or equal to Nabil. Nipano a professional. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I get it now.
In this anyway, Juma, give it to who deserves it. In the say quarry Nipano, the Bianca Nipano will lose to Juma. You'll be fired because it's an embarrassment, it's a national disaster. In the end, who lose to Juma, then you won't say there is sort of an integrity at work. Until next time, BBC Ebane won't see a microphone as a Yabane battery who are. And your president, Yacob, won't will to a Juma.
Meeting with the arts and then
yeah, no, because
we have 5 minutes.
So the point is, Nabil didn't have any say in this. He actually followed directives there, the man.
Yes. Let's move away from the stage. Let's talk about her meeting with the creatives in a recording studio, her visit to the Cape Coast Castle where, you know, the slavery actually went on back in the day. And let's talk about the LGBTQ. I hope we are able to do this within the 5 minutes. Mami, starting from Martinez.
Yeah, when it comes to the creative, I think it's good. I saw a couple of lists of artists Omo Rouse, Sarkodie, and Hema Swede, who is a very young artist, and I was happy for that boy in particular. It's good. It will add up to our status as a country. Visiting the Cape Coast Castle, yes, but adding value as well to our tourism sector. And so the Romeo Kine, she didn't come alone. She came with a team. And going forward, we don't know the discussion, of course, between the creative sector and the team. No. But I believe as a nation, if we are very smart, we can tap into this opportunity to raise the flag of the country very high. If the U.S. Vice President has come here, has been able to visit the Cape Coast Castle, I mean, that's a huge platform.
How do we capitalize on it?
Come on. Advert be anywhere in way. Yes. Advert, unless we are not smart. But if we as well, I mean, beyond the return, a friend is a year of return. We saw number of foreigners trooping in this friend is saying the tourist sites, which at the end of the day boosted the economy. No? And now we have the US Vice President on Swaba. It has added a certain huge
clouds,
yes, to the industry, which we should take a very good advantage of it. Ludacris,
he's still here.
I'm sure he's still around.
Okay.
So it tells you
Lee is also here.
Yes, it tells you this particular year, no. I mean, like it's a brighter year for our country with regards to entertainment. So this is on our laps as an industry, the creative art industry. We should be able to, in fact, documentary. Of course, I'm sure you're taking videos and photos of this documentary, which at the end of the day, you bet to me, the engineers they are building for the future generation. You bet to me, they are actually more foreigners to come in. It should create that easy accessibility between our artists and the foreign artists, American artists, like the BET awards and all of that. It should be able to put us there. I don't know communication I have aside the LGBT. No, I don't know the communication course. So especially on creative art. But I believe that in the university, the creative arts department shouldn't lose at all from it. It will be surprising. In fact, to me, but you don't know. It's a plus for Omo Omudinichi as an artist.
Okay. Quickly, LGBTQ plus.
First and foremost question, response I'm going to say. The first gentleman and the first lady, second lady of the American people. Obia wo Bema wo yere, Obano so okuno. It's a statement. It's a God bless America. Getting on top hierarchy no. Bema no worry Bema vice president no worry oba. Oba so di ni kunu ne ba you. Wan fa oba as ni partner and about the Bema as the partner ne ba. And within our cultural jurisdiction, we tolerate in our culture. If you're frowning on polygamy, you can't push it down their throat. You should stop pushing it down our throat. And our presidency should be straightforward in dealing with them. Say the President Kufuor Muni at Amelsmo dealt with them straightforward. Most many of Uganda on plane, I'm releasing way no kind or catch say what they practice there, we don't push them. We don't push it against them. We don't blame them. We don't criticize them. They should allow us also to practice what satisfies us. Until they shouldn't push anything down our throats. You are not against anyone's right. LGBTQ we be am fan share cage mu and yanchi obi a wire transgender be am fan share people be aseni akase impede on human rights. Yeah, one brow krumha. The same way some call them kowari me and eventually. If you are talking business, you should talk business. Our leaders should be bold enough to draw the distinction between whipping sympathy just for favors and also being real. Because we are real with them and they know this is, you don't like it, they don't push down your truth. Even Ubet support from the Arab world, if you get that stance now who say you are taking yourself away from it, Uganda will struggle, but people will come to their aid if they need it. Till let's yes be yes. You guys will be any right, will be all right. But say me all right. Also all right. But right behind then our limitation. Now one aspect of it from me, me say me am because me transnational. Me feel say me Canadian. And say me feel say me Canadian dia.
Me here visa.
And me here visa. Me family bag and me go Canada. That's how I feel. So allow me. But they won't allow you. But you want to push things down our throat. So because say me feel say me oba. O see engine too. Now I don't the day like a whole lot of issues also. And a promo your washrooms me no. Say male female. You need third room. So how do we deal with those people? It's not part of our setting. It's a no right on arrival.
Martinez, concluding your
boss. As a nation, you and Drew baby ever have this hard discussion. I'm for pedocnudi. Amen. To say the way system now, you know. So what to say, be more useful formation be 001. It be crab 000.
Some George in Dubai.
Sure. America near those developed countries. Imagine how many years they have developed. Maybe on my dream. And to say, more dreams and they be say so more they have that conducive environment. Yeah, in Ghana, just 65 years, and I say we are too young to discuss some of these things. And to me, we want to say we should rather discuss more pressing issue, more important issue. Now, if I way and don't.
All right, that's Martinez. He's a movie producer, entertainment pundit. McDonald and Asariki, Ambassador Romeo is an event organizer, artist manager, Madina, social welfare assemblyman, and Chebia, Nebani the
Anfield. We did the first birthday.
First birthday.
Yeah, we be man.
So what the Anfield there? So what you
okay.
Wow, open Liverpool.
Okay.
So represent Ghana month. So our outfit we promise we push am.
We wish you the very best. Happy birthday to you. Nina be Penimpa. Yeah, Bidi Opapana Mwechi. He's been very instrumental in the creative arts. Right from our first encounter was on the University of Ghana campus. Why BBAB in terms of the arts, were acting, were shooting, why were grooming pageants, name Yapon, your friend Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
him asked the question about Nigeria and how we've been able to also get them to pay. You know, if it was Ghana playing the Nigerian game, they wouldn't have allowed us to play for 25 years. They would have collected their money that day. So we needed to also have a very good discussion with them. I'm just trying to choose the words well. So through this engagement, through diplomatic effort, and through strategic partnership and collaboration, we also encourage Nigeria to also have their own national game, and then they can have the Ghanaian game as an aside. So last year, somewhere on the 12th of July, an NLA team, we were in Abuja to also help Nigeria launch its new game, which is a 649 game or so. The NLA's very old game, which is very popular on the African continent, we call it 590. That's 5 balls drawn out of 90 balls as you normally see it on the screen. And it's the most popular within the sub-region. So clearly, we assisted Nigeria to have their own game. We also told them that in developing these games, the NLA goes through a lot. We pay our partners who carry it live, and then again as well, the draw panel is always represented by someone from the Ministry of Finance, representing the Finance Minister, one person representing the Chief Justice and the Judiciary, and myself, the Director General, either myself or my deputy or any of my directors or management members sitting to represent the Director General. So we go through a lot to develop these games. And I think my predecessor started the process. Some way, somehow, it did not end up with the NLA getting its fair share. But when we assumed office, together with my Director Legal and the former Director of Operations for the NLA, we embarked on this journey once again. We engaged and we also involved the government of Nigeria that if they want to continue enjoying our games, they must be willing to also pay their fair share.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang quite be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this time, this is Gakofino. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Say the master ding a dameso, moon femina na hima, amanya meche. I am a brony, my son's way pay me no nyemu. Ewa on Como ho on GhanaWeb TV. Sabo so me matchy, there was a Ghana man, just almost saying Kofu Frakente, will portray one culture regional with fear. That is Nina, and now she say the name say and Como ho, a yeka entertainment news, latest just social media trends, and just say in Como be a showbiz industry and internet. So the main say America. Now what treat the mess of me why if and Commando to the Muye Homancasa. It's yen try home rasia. Yen bon rem, yen cajun guas din. I may matter semi a compliment, Mokakasama now why if at the power fear ye. Once I am Montada Montomo Boise, now yen can't be, I may not say. Yawa mamra ye fenti mo mayen to tone asekra na watwi de mabede na maba ye nhia se ye waste time kra na watwi eye Ghana month ma hye da pese me promote Ghana funum to for showbiz entertainers so ko basi one project awoye say ye album say ye single anything concerning our artists and our actors and our actresses me pese me promoting na watwi me pese me de wo femu Ghana funum to for one drop eye albums one so ye hwenim so de one albums betudwa one drop some music video bi a say start e catch fire kakra tse nkofo di twa won na ase na nyina bebo won di na say ya bon abaso say won so won te ya na mu so akokọ pe project bi no so wonya bi etie say ye stream no anything you do to support them na wa support them na ye hya ase de ye shatter wale in the year 2022 mbekaya na eye album Gift of God netie na ye die ti de bia memba nkoma o so akaka na we release ye akaka na we release ye ehun komo de ebe ye beja me nko honom but fans of Shatterwale eye SM movement Shatter movement mun twa ma akoma to mo yem kra ya the album for France we tudwa in the year 2023 a friend Mali IMAALI unye binte ya no bomode ne wetie it's a 10-track album and Vibes Cartel e was subi and Shatterwale na nkasa na nyomni die emuye hwama nkasa na mafukeka se Shatter we die wo die ade esie yen kwa won se we ya kwakwa to say the last time ye nyam beka so ye de beba ye befa be de beba no hindrance ni ehu ane se Shatterwale e ka so odi album ba betudwa ye wo ha ye se we release wa drop it ya nche de ehu se media to bi na find e ko se mafuchema Shatter album no de betudwa ne de eye de aye mansa musamoni ya te say eye Vibes Cartel on Vibes Cartel nyumi a Vibes Cartel so ogusuda eye banko prison bi but Shatterwale ene ni wonwum ene na esemfu say eye very big news cause what's when Beyonce aye nyum no obi kwa po asanso that prison ko on na aye nyum aye say enye mo size no say mo no one door for just agenda there muri jayo ayo number 7 bisa say Shatterwale eye new album ya to di Mali no nye one and your favorite track me dey track 1 and at track 3 and I very favorite and of course the very last track with a Vibes Cartel and no so emuye hwamakasa nti wunye bi mpe ya no wunye bi apena me hu say asen kofo pese we create agenda bi wo social media me kwati a we say na album no so and then I say sometimes see obi babo odin akọ studio Shatawale ankasa na produce ne ho eye ne mixes ne ade all these things is doing it no abomo dia no the project are to one man inti wunya ne fana e bia wo other side that no you know it's allowed ye di not now na sa agenda no mo pese mo create me wo se binum se stressful ba Shatan so anfa anche mo so no mo call head on aka so na mo ye ne ye den wo se sebio e ye nkra sesem inti Shatawale album na ba betu dwan manfo keka inti wunya bi ntie ya na abomo dia no nya bi eti na ye hwenim se na so eda ye nim e Shatawale betumi aye promotion bi kakra se be ye media to bi ana se ne ade but even without the tone the streams na egusu koso to mo dia na mo ye the moon streamy no bi ba kon so a odi eye album eba betu dwa eye Stone Boy and Beam Nation for ya to eye album yi di Fifth Dimension na album no says promotion akoso internationally locally oh eyefe ade de eyefe anoma ye dem akase eyefe Stone Boy abon ho modern pan wo say project here Stone Boy ba be release so no mema o details album na 17 track album ai no mako 17 na we pie gu so na chese ase skirmishes bi ka credi anim no oba be release album cover no chese hu se nyama ko mo ya anticipation mo look forward the bebe se dia ba betudwa album cover fe Stone Boy akasa na eda so na hu se picture ba ko bi na ase ne sankawa bebre diamonds bi ni ade na ni tinin so one style man fe ne hu se fan kasa na emu de wo feature Angelina Kidjo ono so so na Adam for very own Davido eno so so nti activate ai no so just me sha dance spoil fa membe se me bubo bi kremu nti wa wunya album ni Benin nti se woko Stone Boy ni social media pages are why adverts bebre afa hom na mafo chema this is going to be a very big project nti Beam Nation for se na mo kan we say we de ne awode kwan fa ni bia ne awode ko Grammys nti Fifth Dimension album no de enyom na woso na doso nti bomode ana pebite na Nigeria nyum tunu Davido an unse take some break bi me pese me kan mo ya tama ne bay film in October no take break say de o say or the album ba betudwa no so de betudwa no 17 track pepe no say I say Davido Timeless any Stone Boy Fifth Dimension ni na 17 I say relation bi won but unu say akofo de one activate an wo feature Davido wo so Stone Boy na asemina make this week the music lovers ubenya nyumpa bebre etie na meka one workers what the album abetudwa na make sense so abo medical din planning and plotting who said you release single back if so Cold and Trophies no official sister Deborah no no so mugusu ye promotion na what chi dem say medical or media rounds bebre you know ahead of the planning and plotting nti na make an Ghana man ye support yen own nti won say ya muma yenye in anticipation nyom ne drop kwa one drop album no kwa na ye hu dede because we've seen other people do it they be amaka so Nigeria for Nigeria this is what we have to do so because we be release project when say be afa na we so be munje na promote my yes we njije hu kakra na make an album ni mensa na media to dwan shattered in there be to dwa na ne ye hwe ni mese beba medical the planning and plotting and a Stone Boy Fifth Dimension na young guy be a friend Olive the Boy I also know so the any project be able to dwa no your friend Havana na uko social media na Havana is coming na sa young boy ne de me kan me ni Olive the Boy who so some exceptional talents what in voice I say ebinu chempo as a voice na akwa je say Nigeria for but munim ade papa de mo pese mo to ma Nigeria for ye Ghana ni nti won say ya oti boy nyomba ko bi de betu dwa je oye sam nyomi kwama Black Stars ni na ye money bobo nti Olive the Boy so the project ba betu dwa friend Havana nti ya ba onua momodi na mu stream na mo te voice na mo say akwa so say na o hye hosa young boy kramen Canada na ye fi albums so no me fi honoma na mo mayen kan one drop singles at say wodi a video attachi Kwame Eugene of Links Entertainment ukai cryptocurrency no feature routine a video now be just say there's a new video in town from Links Entertainment so na unye being share no abomodin ache me ma video no right it looks different it's not like you know the regular ones na ye hu me nka say regular say we won bomb mo de mpamocho mo ntima mo twema anu sibone Ghana man me ba hand be condemn me de if unya cryptocurrency video ni being share no abomodin no akọ YouTube o search Kwame Eugene cryptocurrency ubenye bi ahwe na Kofi Mole any kwesiata edi numfufo bi abetudwa wo friend ni win we're releasing music video no so call YouTube I'll benye biashe the rap was okay, the music video was equally good. It's mumbo madia na mumpebi. Na ye kan oba ya santo a rap goddess eno baroni enso ede a new project be ababetuja a new single. This has just been some few weeks old. Na no what to do only ja. Na onim say eno baroni de a VGMA's nomination when the betuja wakasa ne ho wakasa ne tin wo say etisanka wo nominating woman last week na me betuja so say ono kra a rap performance of the year next anka wo nominating hip hop song hip hop artist ni na she deserve to be part of it. Now one nominating do say akwaya to say as a need drama or ye ni na bro bring na manfo enche da enhu but eno say wa wonim the doubt enye ne ba beka enye VGM so omum ne be ma validation ye ka ga na nyinum to ni rap part say na no atew ye yi top 3 ase na de bia wo kan ye to me mbo na ye fa wodin count eno e ma we mbu abemu kosoa na ye den Koswana koso. Now yeka aya VGMA ya musem no one of the artists are on song category. If any Maya Blue no so Links Entertainment. Only Mr. Ju Apana almost say omudi num fufu bia beto your show. Into one TV and wako body and wako YouTube and also a music video but it's a new single. A danceable tune be na. Now what trade me person me promote Ghana phone to phone. Tebia sa fa meniso. Yeah, be artists be a releasing no be and I say project be na some mamba where they mon fan cheme kwa but say na media can there are new releases, there are new songs out there. And I make a Kelvin Boy and also at the project out to no so if any say be like that now. No ne me dama me ten me born be say bien and say be a cry and me fi so kote nyom foforo na video no so kama nti Kelvin Boy new one be like that no e da se boko nti pe bi dia den pe bi netie na what we don say be emu nsem nyina abrew me kan artist a project they be to say be just news about them. It's about time and so you say throw more light onto the project that mo say EP say album say na ye den o no na ye ka ho asemti me di mu nkyeremu nyina abrew. Mesa sumo akwaba enkomo on GhanaWeb TV and I just say when you go so amabuni be di mu nsem nyina me kyerɛkyerɛ ase na me bie benseni na me bie nya me ni kyerɛw na un say e say me pese me bo ahemi aso me bo abaso cause tama ya makukure gu me nka so ewe mi na me nim say sa na ati boy ya to aso dia na watchi na US omo vice president United States of America Kamala Harris edin ni kyerɛ Ghana hase no of the 3 African countries Ghana na first odin ni ofi hase odin Tanzania ofioko Zambia na nyina mu US omo pese omo build one relationship with these African countries na to say one influence on the African continent na mu bia on so we na say why but wa onim na ewo mu dedawo na Kamala Harris edin ni chere Ghana ha say no say omo je na wa tu na entertainment bebre so ehunu Black Cherry one of the meetings no so as Idris Elba na yes am dinner bi omo with the president in attendance krano na fia nectana no to kotunyum de we are so performance kama on say yem de worrying show fake na obai na o release some playlist be of African songs na mensa feature wom ai na amare no so hobby young musician Herman Sweet no was so yen rapper sakode no so was na afen so Black Sheriff no so ejina so other songs so ka ho nti se unya Kamala Harris ni playlist of African songs and no abomode an wetie bi na emu so de Ghana for sense ye feature wom ze ne no an ye no ayendi mu a na Kamala Harris ede ni chere Ghana ha se na da no oroko no sada na comedian Michael Blanks no so de ni chere Ghana no chirema o se tema wa be si wo Kotoka International Airport na wonya information bi so Kamala enso wo around nti won so spend wim for an extra 1 hour onu no see for any African it was due to security reason. Kamala Harris in any chile kromas and security in the very tight. Baby obeko bi asa mo share say bibia de da ku na so Ghana dey a very peaceful country. But him say we are not the national be for foreign, so they have to make sure that security was what on point. It's say there Kamala Harris if you come has say na me say it created an opportunity or our entertainers e binum so shia no eko no interaction. So you are just hoping memfo chema hu obehu ye man pay another dan kweku fadron. One abortion kaka at say the son was so many my thing. What this kind of better Tony Memunat as BBI again. Tina can say Kamala Harris, you knew say you enjoyed. But me Nimo say Ghana Jollof you near Bidiana. Now what she Tuni Moses okay. I or ye interview be or Power FM, no din seme bre tuja. Ochemo no tamana no si so no ko pen ho kafo no as obi awaren na on pen me bi ochirima samia no bu won say we very busy want to me nya kwan kra mehwe fie want to me nya kwan tene fie de bia wo on duty o say soldier for police for doctors nurses so na samia no bu won say wo nya time nti na wo hwehwem obi aye ne ho kafo no oyi na ni fi one side kwa no ba no bom pipe nya kopon so ombomode ano mpa obi obetumi atena so obi on hawa adwen obi a okase otena se na watena se obi a tese nya mestrowo ni mu tese ama broni dibi aware nya kopon tie ni mpa ebo na eja o ma ne lecture bi no tese ono no so ware ware fe kama na mo se so ke ya de nsemi tutudwa na o chire ma Kristo ni de Kristo ni nya kopon ti mu wo kan wo Bible wo ko wa so rutua wo tight de and sense what I say secular music as a we as nyom you tie bi o se na ka wo de ka we as nyom kra fa ho ben ya say bia say wo ko praise bia wo de wo him ahim na say wo tie and then I say wo bom pai na de wo di twa wo na say na I say we as fu nyom ne ade no say and sense fata o se no you Christian good Christian papa ni benye motor module enye no bi no ka o say good Christian de untie secular music na o de say me betu na say na asema wo ken ye be ye den na be fine na be sin but wow you Christian one you say nyame bi wo ho no wo say mfatamo enyame na mabeka ba wa wo hwe na wo fele say bia wutie wo wi ase nyomu tumi bo wo bra ye papa dia na de wa anka say de wanim na wa ye ne ye de betumi aboa ayo na say ye to aso de ye na na hema amanya meche opokwa takra na watwi de bia keka nkoso ntama ya mefra enye enda fam na makase ye ko Paula Bruni na de bi elubi beka ho na watwi me release Mons and Kados new one kra na ye hwe say couples wan ware a oba nya maaye say na wo betumi ahande koso no say pressure ne is getting worse wo ware na say ebusuafo na wo ilo da be na wo be wo na fine kosi budi twetwa nkofo aso keke munim ne ewo mu ha couples da mo obi ambone bra koso ni otinija hunim na many Maritime being enetas AS Stitching next and Thomas Dude Labig Amanquado. They discussing it. So the same brave who dra into a latest episode of Mons and Kados of GhanaWeb TV. So when you be share there, but modern pan and you be share. Near you sounds to divert take a kind of share a year. So on your baby on your euro on your baby bone and you could say or baby ma. Some of us unplanned pregnancy na so unplanned pregnancy about saying I'm obey we because mobako ye go some marco mobeje bano because maybe brave we put to say be on pen but nyin se na ko ba ne de na say don o worry ntini nyina mu se na beto to nya meye na be ya be plan no life ye se na be ya nkusa ansem nyina mba ni nyina na ya chechira ye discuss e wo e Mons and Kados nti unye bi nhwa ko ye YouTube GhanaWeb TV na be nya bi ahwe kama kwa na bi wi a be ma me feedback.
I think my wife and I we made a lot of things clear to both parents. We have visited my parents and they've passed the comment and shut them up. We visited her parents. They made a comment and she shut them up because prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it would take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
You understand?
Yeah. Yeah, go so din komo. Na last year, me call Shatawale in the medical show, Freedom Wave concert, and I me ko share young singer, photocopy. I own him na photocopy there. He's a very young, talented musician. Otunyum kama. Na me ko share no come in here interview. Na watch here photocopy din sembi betuja. O hodi a concert. One at the Children's Park and abako ewoka. So very successful for a young guy. Dem ko say oya de was any papa na managing into. Ono so modimbo bia obono. Nem webi obode boana ba no say eso ani akasa na photocopy ahead of when na oye interview bi no chirema o say o hate kwam you just on pen asem hate the mafochema is a very strong word for abofraketo to use but or no edina no disem to just say ensem dia kwam eka kire no enka enye nyame na ebe mu a anka bebu na ben ebi kwa na anka wentumi antwa so anturu num o say ensem no kwam Eugene ka kire no when you did for almost like 3 days no say hey I no kware asem na okay boy bono no kan yentumi ka so bua na se yensu ni yenjina ho na se betu na so oh kwame ada na abofra ketwa utumi kan asem ebu na bem sensem se na etene de so na okan se wanko me ne wona ye ngina ho na binum eka kwame ni mpotoboto binum so kiremo eye photocopy ese ni managers fo na ehwe na tese nsem de betu dwa na njem so mokofo ka se na abofra na utumi ka se wutan obi de otan de sanka ya de kasio but eye kwame Eugene eso at the side of the story aba betu dwa kwame kirema enye sa na ete o se no kwa not eye Links Entertainment Rich Mensa na mame restaurant na no didi na photocopy ne papa buy no so ne photocopy papa de so ni minute da no so me Benin no person no ye feature collaborating kakra no so no dey say dey be ye dey ne e say home management but kwa me say who say dey wa photocopy papa onim no na akwa ye ne so wo dey me uni pant ya fe na dey ma be fa rich be dey ma fa management nanka ye nko ye ni ma o say nya sa net nti enwam keke sa say rejection or the man won at that time say won go through right channels eno na yin na akwa fa sa aba ba kwa me chemo say ade ebro na adwe ne nti aseso no so o say sa ada na asem ni sini kra o de mo twitwa pictures they vibed into until as says the man sa be twem na abofra kwotena ase kase na fa ne kosi o so ono de on fan share ni mu obebu ne say ya abofra de onim say to bia untumi kasa ye nti ono de onye ne target on ka say we bia say o so no de oni hweka but emu nchiremu e no de abetudwa na what we are Rob a celebrity a photographer Rob photography on Instagram abe say twitwa pictures fine uko big event shows last year December GhanaWeb mu say cover December in Ghana show most of the shows are make me who so no so gina say twitwa pictures he become kama na what we are no dini birthday nti ya kan say Rob photography unuma pade te say dey bebre who can celebrities are pictures obi otwitwa won pictures and the oko o grace big event ye be ka say Rob nti e ma wo affect what can say awodapa yakopon hia no ma wa ho ne se dwuma wo ye nyina eno so enye den enkwan ni ma na answer na me sorry so no mama me fa story last one embetwe na what we dey anti asem dey emfi Nigeria Nigeria since ni twene yo odochi ayon na yere May na wo say one first son aka baby na wo say na uka last year was you akwa fa you be afofra ware ne na wo ba ne fan ne kosi na May nkofo hye ne nkran so enye hwe nya ba bono bro tutu dwase ono de wamba ware so aba polygamous marriage na enye sa ne net nti ne kunu ye na anya ne de na asem ye nsem ye wo hono ma but obi fi asem de unu se wo ka na wa ye de wonya abotanti ye de ese ye de nsem ye akwa akogu na ye that's why I was say one first child you and May one be you no say we dey asefem be ni na won say na watwe dem kofu bebre dey arecheche nsem enu kwanhye sem dey ama awufi no wachi ma nyame na ema na nyame na eje but etoribu asa nyame na ema nyame na eje na ya yaw pa mafuchi ma Nigeria food entertainers bebre won wa ahwe won ba last year was Davido this year so ye odochi but no so wood se na eba no nim ne beba se na beba star eba de bia na eba but ne e kan ne se eye awufu ya ade atoni ye ma mo hyede mpa na watwe de amabroni se na me di kan no it was just promotion of our artists won ma pa woye nti album e da apaso eye Shatawale de malidi se wunya bi nti ya odofo bomode an tie bi na munjai sa negative attitude meni nye hu an SM fan makasa na a Stone Boy and a medical what a album that betu janti but more diana pepina no sutie new releases songs videos music videos are a newer this week by ni namdin na bro instead what we say American they be many the cheap mission ye so social media a trends and ye ba beef celebrity news entertainers be amdin na bro that's ne na what you dey ni mama broni mesan so animation say na ye kan Ghana man mo koso amundin ye ndwan mo nsentare ni ade ye de match yi kwakogui ne se be ye de akwakogu ntene ne sa na ti o debi mo mo de na mo promote ye culture kwan be fa so bia odofo bomodi ana fa so na ye mayen da se ne ye be san so ahia makramo
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
And also look at the route to of National Road Safety Authority and free to renewal in relationship to road transport services. Ladies and gentlemen, today my task here is simple: to share with you some of the key developmental initiatives and also to stimulate discussion on issues pertaining to the ministry. In the Maritime inland waterways, at my last appearance, I gave an update on development within the maritime sector, particularly expansion works at the two seaports, the coastal fish landing site and fishing ports project. I am happy to report that we have achieved major breakthrough at the Takoradi Port construction works on a 16-meter draft dry bulk terminal equipped with the state-of-the-art highly performing ship loaders and one eco hopper, designed with a loading speed of 2,500 tons per hour, was completed and commissioned last year by His Excellency the President. This new terminal is a vast improvement compared to what existed previously, which had a loading speed of less than 400 tons per hour. The equipment that has been stored can deliver 20 million tons per annum, but can also handle at least 30 million tons per annum if necessary. This means that the port can take advantage of larger volumes and ultimately generate more revenue for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the strategic development of the Takoradi Port, construction work has also been completed on the multipurpose container terminal. This terminal will also receive deep drafted vessels, which otherwise could not have been possible due to draft limitations. Additionally, the construction of oil and gas services terminal to accommodate oil and gas services providers, fabrication companies, exploration companies, and suppliers has also been commissioned. The sword cutting ceremony was performed by His Excellency the President in December 2022. The project, when completed, will provide 21 hectares of serviced terminal area, 550-meter primary quay wall, a 10-meter draft, and 40-meter quay wall apron for terminal operations. Ladies and gentlemen, government agenda of building the third commercial seaport at Kita in the Volta region is progressing steadily. Following the completion of the feasibility study and market sounding event, the following activities have taken place. 1, advert for investor expression of interest was published last August and closed in December 2022. 20 firms, local and international, responded to the advert, out of which 16 of them were further engaged for concept clarification. Out of this, 6 firms have so far been shortlisted and will be invited to the next stage of request for proposal. This process is expected to take a couple of months. Therefore, by November, December this year, the qualified investor would have been selected for the construction to commence latest by January 2024. From the feasibility study, ladies and gentlemen, Kita Port will be operated as a landlord port where the public authority will not handle cargo, but will be a regulator only. Private sector operators will develop and operate the various terminals and handle vessels and cargoes. Therefore, government is expected to make basic investment, including administration building, to house the port authority and other port service operators. For this reason, while the request for proposal is ongoing, Ghana Port and Harbours Authority is to commence the building of the administrative block by January 2023. It may be recalled that in 2020, His Excellency the President cut the sword for the construction of the Bonkra Integrated Logistics Terminal. I'm happy to report that the Phase 1 works have reached about 30% complete. The completion of this project will help decongest the port and bring import and export services closer to the doorsteps of shippers in the middle and northern part of our country, as well as neighboring landlocked countries. Ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the fishing port, construction works at Jamestown is about 60% complete, while that of Elmina, which include facilities such as 2 new breakwaters, a new quay wall of total length of 400 meters, a new administration building, a new fish market, a new fish net mending hall and workshop building, fishermen's arboration facility, and public toilet, paving at the castle, access road, and parking, among others, is fully completed. I'm just liaising with His Excellency for the commission, and it should be, I'm sure, by the end of April, the new fishing port at Emina will be commissioned. In addition to the above, construction work on coastal fish landing site project at 12 locations, namely Axim and Discoff in Western Region, Muri, Manford, Ekumfi in Infanteman, Winiba, Senyabreku, Gomwafete, and Komanzi in Central Region, Teshi and Osu in Greater Accra Region, and Kita in Volta Region are all nearing completion. This is in addition to other complementary and community-led infrastructure projects such as fish smoking pavilion, head post, classroom block, toilet facilities, and drainage interventions, among the others, have all been completed. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge that confronted the artisanal fishing industry prior to this development included poor fish landing facilities, inadequate storage facilities, high post-harvest losses, unhygienic conditions, and poor handling of fish. This project will enable us to address these challenges to support the growth of the fishing industry, create job opportunities, and help build vibrant communities along the coast. In the aviation sector, ladies and gentlemen, it may be recalled that during my last appearance, I made mention of government intervention to develop a new airport in either central or western region or in between the two regions. The feasibility study to determine a suitable location to develop the airport is being finalized. On the Kumasi Airport, we are upgrading it to an international status and it's also nearly completion. A new passenger terminal and auxiliary facilities capable of handling about 1 million passengers annually has been completed. The phase 3 works, which include aero bridges, is also about 89% complete. As part of the upgrade, the existing runway is being extended from 1,981 meters to 2,300 meters to accommodate wide-bodied aircraft. At the Tamale Airport, the expansion works, which included the construction of a new terminal building, a multi-purpose terminal and access road connecting the airport to Tamale-Bogatanga Highway, have been completed. The terminal is currently undergoing operational readiness and airport transfer to technically assess the readiness of the facility for flight operation. And I can also assure you, in the next 2 months, the Tamale Airport terminal will be commissioned. Furthermore, the Sunyani rehabilitation works have been completed and is operational. Phase 2, which will see the existing runway extended to a length of 1,900 meters, and remodeling of the terminal will soon commence. On the road transport services, ladies and gentlemen, in the area of road safety, provisional figures put the total number of reported crashes, injuries, and fatalities as of December 2022 at 14,960, 15,690, and 2,373, respectively. This represents a reduction of 7.55, 1.54, and 20.1% as recorded in the year 2021. For January and February this year, provisional figures compared to same period last year shows that 15.35, 8.27%, and 31.5% reduction in crashes, injuries, and fatalities. These reductions as a result of the ongoing interventions aimed at halving the road fatalities by year 2030. Some of the interventions include: 1, institutional strengthening of National Road Safety Authority to enable them ensure compliance to road safety measures, policies, and guidelines, as well as regulate the commercial and transport services operators. 2, nationwide campaign Dive to Stay Alive. 3, pre-departure checks at major lorry stations or terminals. Road safety education and awareness programs in schools, churches, mosques, and lorry terminals, among others. Last but not the least, joint enforcement activities with the Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service and the Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, although the statistics are not that best, it shows that we are doing something right, and also to remind ourselves that we need to do more to improve the road safety situation. A life lost has direct impact on our families. I want, therefore, to take this opportunity to encourage stakeholders to step up effort to minimize the crashes on our roads, since road safety is a shared and collective responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, in respect of public transport services, in fulfillment of government policies to support public and private transport operators to renew their fleet, contracts were signed for a total of 100 VDL intercity buses, for which first batch of 45 have been delivered and is operational by MMTL, that's Metro Mass Transit Limited. The remaining 45 buses are expected to be delivered by June 2023. Arrangements are also underway to bring in additional buses to augment existing fleet of public and private sector transport operators. I believe that with your support, we can collectively improve the transport system and make it safe, reliable, and efficient, and sustainable, and cost-effective for all of us. I thank you for your attention, and I hope there will be no questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I believe today's presentation was so rich, and I'm happy we didn't have to talk about challenges, but, Minister mentioned real development in terms of infrastructure within the maritime and inland waterways, also aviation as well as road transport. I was really excited about the Keta Seaport project, because especially when they've not gotten to a point where you can actually see vertical development, people think nothing is being done about it. But as Minister mentioned, a lot has been done. Advert for investor expression of interest has been done. Minister mentioned that 20 investors expressed interest, and that number further dropped to 16, and 6 have been shortlisted, and they've gotten to a stage where it's now time for requests for proposals. Minister also mentioned that they are commencing the construction of an administration block. One other thing that Minister really needs commendation for is the kind of landscape we now have at our coastal areas. Minister mentioned the construction of 12 fishing harbors and landing sites, including the completion of the Elmina Fishing Harbor and the Jamestown Fishing Harbor at 60% completion. He also mentioned some other areas which include Axim, Dixcove, Mori, Manford, Otua, Mfantsiman, Winneba, Senyabreku, Teshi, and Osu. And I was so excited that you were able to project some pictures for people to see what's actually happening on the ground. And Minister, this is very important because the extent of pollution will be largely reduced when we have this infrastructure at our coastal areas and people are able to access amenities such that they don't have to do the open defecation, they don't have to dump into the sea, it will go a long way to impact our nation positively beyond even what the transport sector intended for it to do. And finally, Minister mentioned some very wonderful projects they've done within the aviation sector. He mentioned that the Kumasi International Airport, I'm talking about international airport, not as in signpost, but the fact that the actual infrastructure have been, put on the ground so that they will meet the standards that are required anywhere else in the world. He mentioned that the phase 2 is 100% completed, and also the phase 3 is now at 89.33%. With respect to the Tamale Airport expansion, Minister mentioned that it includes a terminal building and also road construction connecting the Tamale-Bolga Road. And finally, on the rehabilitation of the Sunyani Airport, Minister mentioned that it's completed and operational. And I'm a witness to that because for over 6 years, since 2016 really, you could not fly to Sunyani because of how deplorable the terminal and other facilities are. And we thank God the rehabilitation is completed. I have seen even commercial flights go to Sunyani, which is a reflection of all the wonderful things that Honorable Minister, yourself, and your team within the sector have been doing. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we will invite your questions. If you have any question, this is the best time to ask. You show by hand, you mention your name and affiliation, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay, Nana, and then Mr. Atta. If I see any lady, I will prioritize that. I will elect to call you first. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah.
Thank you, Atta Minister from GNA. Yeah, I want to commend the Minister for that precise presentation. I believe that 12 fishing harbors and landing beach that government undertaking is very laudable. And I want to find out whether there are fishing harbors that are in operation, that are fully in operation, and how they are being managed. Because sometimes government invests in such facilities so that it can recoup the investment it made. But at the end of the day, we don't get the needed management to get that money back. So we want to find out how those ones that are in operation are faring in terms of revenue generation. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Minister. I want to touch on intracity transport. Most workers and people take trotro to and fro as their only means of transportation. What I've seen and realized is that some of these cars, especially the sprinter buses, the seats are so compact to the extent that the least break get people's limbs breaking. I've made complaint of this thing for a very long time, so many times. I don't know whether they worked with DAVLA, the Ghana police, because if you sit in the bus, your knees are almost on your chest. So the slightest accident, that's why you have so many fatalities on the roads, because I don't know why the police and the DAVLA have allowed people to do their own thing, because when you ask them, so we give them 19 seats and they edit 23, I don't know whose responsibility it is. And then my second question, Honorable Minister, when are we going to have the buses? Though now we know that Metro Miles and IRL are in distress. I don't know. We need them because those of us who cannot afford our own V8s and things like that, we need those buses to commute. And how can you promise the country that maybe in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we're going to have those this back on the roads? My last question, Honorable Minister, are we going to have, like, we have Ghana Airways? Please, we had Ghana Airways. That was the symbol of Ghana's distance. This time we don't have our own airplane. Are we going to have it back into the system anytime soon? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Sarah, please, let's keep the questions at maximum 2 questions.
Yes. My name is Sarah Penkrai, I report for TV3 News. I would like to find out from the Minister the issue with the water transport. I mean, in recent times we've had accidents on the lakes, the recent Uti, Ada. I believe it has come to his attention. Aside the human errors that happen, it appears in recent times it's recurring. I don't know what the ministry would try to do about it, especially with the overloading of the boats. And also, I also want to find out, the National Road Safety Authority says it's going to ban many urban buses from long-distance journeys to reduce the road carnage. And you mentioned that you are encouraging stakeholders to step up measures to ensure road carnages are reduced. Do you support this particular intervention? Because the concerned drivers have stood up against it, that there are other factors that are causing road accidents and not the buses. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We can take 2 more questions. Okay, please. Okay.
My name is Dala Russell. I work with Deligraphy.
Okay.
Minister spoke extensively about the Keta Port project, and he made mention about the construction of an office complex at the moment. So if we should go there today, are we likely to see physical construction regarding the administration office?
The administration
office that he spoke about. Are we likely to, considering the apprehension and the surrounding this particular project? And he also made mention of the commencement of construction by the end of this year. You said you've shortlisted 6 organizations for expression of interest. We are in March.
No, that has been done already.
That
he
has
says
been
request
done.
for proposals.
Request for proposals. So within what period are we going to analyze those proposals to look at the funding arrangement, where the money is coming from to get this, the timeline he's set out for the physical construction? And then also my second question.
Can we keep the questions at 2, please?
Yes, please. And my second question is on MMT. For how long do we continue to throw in money into a venture that doesn't look as if it's not profitable? Is there a way we could turn around, bring in a sort of privatization into the business to kind of step up the present condition that exists to turn the company around? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I saw a hand over there. Last one, please.
Yes, my name is Salong Babiji from the Finder newspaper. Before this administration came to power, the previous administration had ensured that there were buses on the road in the form of Alulu carting people and goods to and fro. In recent times, they seem to be in some distress. Alulu are not really moving. If you go to where I live, there's a terminal, but there are no buses there. People stand by the roadside from 6 a.m. till 10. There are no trottoirs. People are struggling to transport themselves to and fro. So, as a ministry, what are you doing to ensure that the Alulu is essentially revived to give us some decent form of transportation? Because the trottoir really are not working. If you pick trottoir today, your feet, the seating in trottoir is terrible. The conditions of vehicles that operate as trottoir are terrible. So what are you doing to ensure that we have decent forms of transportation, particularly Alulu, on the roads to ensure that we have a good transport experience?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I will now invite Honorable Minister for his response.
Okay, thank you very much. If I quite remember, the first question was, who is going to handle the operations of the fishing port? Is that not so? Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. I said that we are building 2 additional fishing ports outside the 12 coastal land fishing port. In this country, GPHA has a mandate to manage all the fishing ports. That's why they are managing the Takrade and the secondary fishing port. But I also said that the Emina fishing port is completed, but we have not commissioned it. It means that we need to commission before we can operate. So, per the regulatory framework, GPHA will be responsible for the operations of the and Mina fashionable as they are operating the thermal and secondary one. For the fishing line size, the assemblies are supposed to be responsible. So the ones that they are using, the assemblies are operating them, but GPHA is also guiding them in terms of how the operational thing. Like I agree with you, that our government takes so much to build infrastructure. Now, at the end of the day, its maintenance becomes a problem. So I've tagged GPHA that they should be in constant discussion with the various assemblies to make sure that these facilities are maintained and maintained well. For the comfortability of intercity buses, because yes, everybody knows that the trotro, the space are not enough, but I'm sure that DVLA is coming out with a regulation, because some of these buses, or they bring them as cargo, then they cut and feed their own seating. So DVLA, per their new LI, is bringing a regulation to make sure that there's enough space in this structure. Because I think we need to be very candid with ourselves. 95% of public transport in this country has been handled by the private sector. So the private sector is so key that whatever regulations or measures that we need to put in place, we have to make sure that they provide better service for our people. Government, MMT, STC contribute less than even 2% of the operations of this public transport. So DVLA is coming out with guidelines together with National Road Safety to make sure that the spaces are enough to enable them. At least comfort is key. You cannot sit from here to Kumasi with your legs. By the time that you get there, your legs will be like crab or koto. You cannot even stretch it. So I think that your point is very well, and I think it's something that DVLA and National Road Safety is looking at it. Ghana Airways, it will fly again. I think government took a decision to join the private sector to make sure that we have a national carrier. I can tell you that, you see, in some of these matters, it is not an event, it's a process that we need to go through. And I think that I've realized that in this country, anytime that one's come out to say that our government is doing it, they want to see it tomorrow. Yes, I want to, I think the enthusiasm is there, but it is not possible. We need to go through the processes. Even procurement alone, even going through the system, we need to, if you jump one, you cannot. It's going to be a problem. But so far, I can tell you that the proponent have done so well. Madam Chief Director was just whispering into my ears that they've gone through all the processes, because they needed to go through the processes. GCAL and GCA, the regulator had to make sure that it is well grounded. And Mr. Charles Kweku told me the other day that they certified all the requirements. They are going to launch their logo. My information from them is that by the end of April or May, they will start selling their tickets. And by June, July, you see a national airline, Ghana Airlines, flying in the sky. Inshallah, it shall be well. Okay. Then water transport. Madam, accident is accident. And I think that we don't pray for accident to happen. But I think what I can say is that so far, since the time we took office, we have done well in terms of safety regulations on the water lake. My information is that the accident that occurred on the lake is not by government infrastructure, but the private sector ones that they use. I think the National Ghana Maritime Authority, in conjunction with the Navy, are the ones who are responsible for the safety on the water lake. And at times, some of these things do happen. So the last time that this thing happened, I think that I called a meeting between the two agencies that they need to make sure that at least they increase their petrol system on the lake, because at times they close, and when they close, some of these traditional canoe operators don't follow the rules order. They don't. My information is that they don't operate 24 hours. So I've told them that if possible, they can do a 24-hour operation. The Navy is asking me to buy them an additional speed boat so that they can do, but you will see. It's unfortunate. But I think that so far, in terms of regulation and infrastructure, Ghana Maritime Authority have done so well, but there's still the need for improvement, and I'm sure that going forward, they will take cognizance of the lapses in terms of what is happening to make sure that they fill in. And I have no doubt in my mind that they will be able to do that. National Road Safety Authority to ban, you say you are going to ban what? On what basis are you going to ban them? I want to know. Are you going to ban them that they shouldn't operate beyond certain hours? Okay. But per the law, do you have that power to do that? The new LI. Okay. That is good. And I think that we are developing this country together. And if it is that we need to take certain measures to protect our people, I need the support of the media in the course of this thing too, for you to support them. I'm sure people will come out, they will complain. But if it is that that's the decision we need to take to protect lives, I think that let's support them. When they try to institute such regulation, please support them and let's make sure we protect our people. The Qatar, Madam Daily Graphic, I wasn't surprised when you asked because your interest in the development of port activities. In my narrative, I said that per the visibility studies that came out, the functions or roles were segregated. We don't want to do the dual role port again, the hybrid, whereby the port authorities become at the same time service operators and they conflict each other. So we want to start a new model. It is not new, but in Ghana it is new, that the port authorities become only a landlord operator and allow the private sector, what we call the Antwerp model, to build their own terminals and operate it. So the feasibility study came out that it is going to be viable. In the view of that, the government has certain duties or functions to perform. One of them is the construction of the administrative building. I know that government are taking a flag for this Qatar port, but we are not deterred. Like I've said many times that in building a port is not an event, it's a process. I think that we have done so well. I have no shame. It takes courage for you to do what we are doing. But for where we've gotten to, June, July this year, GPHA will start the construction of the administrative building. That is what I said. So if you go there today, you will not see any building. But that does not mean that we are not building it. In the marine works, a lot takes place before you see the physical infrastructure. June, July this year, the construction of the administrative building will commence. And let me add that GPHA has made the money available. But I will not tell you, because if I mention the money, when the accreditors will chase them, because they owe, they will say that if we have this money sitting down and you are not paying us, or Mark, I should mention the amount. I shouldn't. Yes. If I mention his creditors will chase him. But, Madam, I'm sure that where we've got into, because we need to go through other process, procurement process and other things. That's what we are going through now. So we are giving ourselves, by June, July, the construction of the building will start. And the companies that we've selected through the expression of interest will present their proposals. And like I said, it's going to be a service port. GPHA will become a landlord only. GPHA will not take part in the operation of the Qatar port. That is where we are as far as the Qatar port issue is concerned. Last but not the least, you asked of Ayalolo. Let me put it on record. So far as the Ayalolo operation is concerned, the model that the bank, the World Bank and other development partners put in place for the operation of Ayalolo is that Minister of Transport was not going to be responsible for the operation of Ayalolo, and that it is the local government ministry which is supposed to operate Ayalolo. That not to say that we don't have a role to play or we cannot assist, because the infrastructure is in our name, but the operation is in Ministry of Local Government. We had come to conclusion that it is not working. The model is not working. Because like I said, that what happens in the street of London, you know what is happening in the street of Accra. So the development partners, including the two ministries, that's local government and transport, had come to a conclusion that we need to look at the model and see that we need to do some adjustment or amendment to it. So we are now going through the legal regimes to see if it is possible that we will revert to Ministry of Transport for the operation of the Ayalolo buses. But I think that over the years, we have tried to streamline the operation because we have certain periods in Accra that in terms of personnel loading is lean, and some too become very dense. So the decision is that they'll start in the morning, break in the afternoon, then come back in the evening. So maybe in the afternoon, if you go and you don't see Ayalolo bus, yes, it's true. But maybe they've not communicated enough about the model that they are practicing. And also, what we are trying to look, again, is the road infrastructure that we have in relationship to the operations of Ayalolo. Are they supposed to use the same road in terms of space as other commercial drivers are using? It's also something that the Ministry of Local Government and Roads and Highways are also looking at it in terms of dedicated bus lanes, if it is possible. Already our roads are not enough for us. Why are we going to dedicate a certain portion of the road to about 50 or 100 cars, and the whole day there will not be anything on it? That is what other proponents are also opposing. But we are looking at it because we are not reinventing any wheel. It's been done somewhere. We cannot allow indiscipline to impede our progress. So if it is a hard decision that we need to take, we will take them. But once again, we also need the support of the media again. When some of these decisions are taken, please, we need to support the public institutions or the authorities who are implementing some of these matters. I think I've made an attempt of trying to answer all the questions put to me. If there's anything left, please remind me. I will do so. Thank you very much. I think I've answered it. Or what did you say about Metro Mall that I have not answered? All over the world, public transport are subsidized by government. I don't think that you will pay public transport just to get profit. We will pay public transport just to alleviate some of this hardship for our people. When President Kufuor started the operation of Metro Mars, was to make sure that we cater for the downtrodden people. That's the purpose of Metro Mars. So it's a responsibility of government to make sure that we renew the fleet and also create a conducive atmosphere or environment for the operation of Metro Mars. That's not to say that they should run at loss. We are also looking at their operations. I think that we inherited a lot of challenges, a lot of issues in terms of debt, in terms of old fleet. We needed to replace some of them. We needed to go through some of these matters. And I think that so far we have arrangement for 100 buses, 50 had come. We are also trying to look at the modeling and see that if we can co-opt some of the private sector people who will come with technology and buses, whilst we look at the operational activities, and to see that if we can break even for them to have the comfort of their investment and also for us to provide a service for our people. So we are looking at the models, and I think that so far MMT, because of the issue of over 8 buses that we inherited about 600 over 8 buses. Yes, we met about 500 and then 970 or something. About 750 were all over age. They have been on the road for more than 15 years. And you cannot continue to operate or be profitable so far as public transport system is concerned when the bus has been on the road for more than 15 years. We know wear and tear, depreciation alone, the running costs so high that whatever you make, you have to go back to repair those buses and make sure that. So I think that we took a decision to auction some of these old buses to make sure that we have about, now I think we have about effectively 350 or 400, 350 buses on the road that we can see. that you can take it to the next 3 years. But we are not relaxing. We are in the process of acquiring more buses so that Metro Mass can go to my village and your village. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. That brings us to the end of today's press briefing. Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, our distinguished invited guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time this morning to join us for this very important exercise. And to the press, as always, I count on you to spread the good news and let Ghanaians know that a lot is happening, especially in the transport sector. And government will always need their cooperation and support for us to successfully implement most of the projects that Honorable Minister has already mentioned. Thank you so much and good morning.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
Thank
very
you
well.
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache. I like
Okay.
jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know
That's
if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I like
that's nice.
good light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired, and luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, do you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. and we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. And yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for your business to
yes.
help it spread and
yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
yes.
children,
yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
yes.
I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I've always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company, and construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of, like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house, and I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired, growing up, people that would get passive income. Like, I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment, and I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all that. So basically, that is the vision here.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. So whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source our materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. Exactly. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. Okay. But so it just blends in. It gives you a very bright community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy?
Okay, so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these?
Okay.
What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything, 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3. And then ongoing, we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. It's very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have. And so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of additions to it. You have spaces for families to sit around for families. You have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses. As we speak, we are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3. I want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose hall and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is the recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about up there.
Exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good,
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us around and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow. Even for babies, you can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes. I mean, this is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at it.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of these.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so maybe if we
can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here. Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Moving.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade. And then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms. We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from here.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some lighting.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk to us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at, by June of this year, we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year, we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see, open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we've tried to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway.
Okay.
So all our drainages are underground. And then as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is a form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
Oh.
So
should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito net in here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modern decorations. Yes. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and you know, people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and, you know, those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, you know, it's the way to go. Yeah.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open.
Okay.
We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits here,
TV, exactly.
and then the couch.
The couch. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay.
You want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
yeah,
it's a very
and I think it's
space.
even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Exactly. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
Yeah. All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious, not really small.
Yes.
You know, the door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny,
yes,
so yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnished the kitchen for you. We give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
and these are the storage spaces.
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. Oh. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here.
Oh, okay.
If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So you
okay, so there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
Okay,
we are
additions.
For additions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is what you are using.
Same, we carry the same tiles
throughout every
throughout
space.
The space, yes.
Oh,
exactly,
okay.
Yes.
All right. How safe is this?
Very
the
safe.
glass panels.
This is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight, and then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is the master bedroom.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, or closet. Okay. That's a queen-size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious. And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you.
You can
that's nice. It's quite airy here.
Very.
Yeah.
Very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Yes. Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay. So that's the last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see two beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Room,
Children's
exactly.
room.
Yes.
Oh, but I didn't feel all the beds.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3 bedroom known as the oak. as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4-bedroom known as the Cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So,
okay.
This is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay. Yeah. And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open. We have self-financing, where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have accept mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the percentage?
Okay, so what we do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the banks they do the payments of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
and
quite flexible.
For Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have? Out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30. And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going, this is still the backyard.
Is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room here.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
Single. The student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay. That's nice. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. It's okay. Okay. Yeah. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. And the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyako, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwote. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I'm going to bring you amazing videos from Benin, Cotonou. I am right here in Cotonou. This is how I traveled 8 hours from Accra to Cotonou by road. Let's see how it all started. Good morning, fam. Good morning. It's about 5 a.m. here in Accra, and I'm already up, ready for the day. I'm leaving Accra to Benin by road, and this is going to be a budget trip. My budget is like 3K. I'm going with a friend. You soon see her. So yeah, it's been a while. I did a mini pack with me vlog. So I'm backpacking, and of course I'm already dressed. This is my outfit. This is my outfit. You soon see my full outfit. So yeah, pack with me, love. And my nightwear. And I'm done with the clothes. Ta-da! I got a drone for my friend. My drone is faulty. I don't have a drone, but my friend gave me hers, so I'm going to go with his, and I'm going to keep it safe for you. Thank you so much, Portia. The next is my toiletries and beauty products. I also have my toothbrush and my sponge here in this bag, so I'm going to keep them here. And I got some shito for my friend I'm going to meet in Benin. He said he wanted what's it called, shito, Ghana shito. I'm sure he has had a lot of Ghana shito and he really wants it, so I got him this. I hope it's safe. So the next is makeup and jewelry, a little earring just to look cute on the trip. One important thing is sewing kits. So I have here a sewing kit and a little pin for just in case. I also like to travel with torchlights and a little knife. This is a very small handy knife. It usually goes into my handbag. It has knives, scissors, it's very sharp. The next is sunglasses, then power bank, my camera. The next thing is slippers, bathroom slippers, and a fancy slippers. A book, which I'm going to try and read, and a water bottle. My passports and money. I'm going to carry medication, my phone chargers, my camera, and yeah. This is just for headache or stomach ache here. Accra is there's so much traffic, especially in the mornings. And so when we say traffic, not your usual kind of traffic you are used to experiencing. Like traffic, heavy traffic is our kind of traffic. But we are used to it. But today I didn't expect this much. Wow, I don't know whether because it's a Friday or look at the traffic guys. It extends down there. I'm currently at Circle, just about 5 minutes drive to Accra to get the vehicle. So yeah, let's go guys. So guys, I'm currently at the STC yard. And say hi to Abigail. Hi. Mina a YouTube blogger. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, so we are here. It's currently, see, there was traffic in town, so it's 7 now here in Accra, and the Aflawo car is currently full. This is it's currently full. But the other options, which is the other Trotro that doesn't have air conditioning, and we still insist we want to use the STC air conditioned bus. So let's see, we'll wait and weigh options and see how we're going to do. There is also a Benin car straight from Accra, but it has already left. Apparently it leaves very early in the morning and we missed that. So our option is to go to Aflao, cross to Togo, that's Lomé, and continue our trip. So this is the the update here. So guys, we were fortunate to have the last 2 seats. One person alighted, so we are going. It cost 65 Ghana cedis for one person, so we're about to pay. And this is how the bus looks like. So we've made a stop to buy some things. And visibility is so poor because of the tinted glass. That's why you obviously have not seen me vlog the whole trip. But yeah, I see egg, I see cake, I see plantain. To like first stop, because the first one was just to buy snacks, and we are currently in Sogakofe. It took us about, let me see, about 2 hours 35 minutes to get here, and here they have a lot of food stuff. So this is how it looks like here. We are going to use the washroom and get something to eat. So we made some new friends in the bus and we are going to go. So I just changed $100 at the border and I got 62,000 sefa, 200. So yeah, this is how much I made out of it. We were able to cross the Togo border It cost us 25 Ghana cedis without a stamp on my passport. If I'd wanted to get my passport stamped, it's going to be a long process and it's going to cost more. So we are currently heading, we are leaving Lome, Togo to Cotonou, and there are taxis very close to the border. So this is how it looks like from here, and this is how the taxis look like here. So yeah, we are leaving here to Cotonou, and it's going to cost 1,000 CFA. So yeah, and yeah, you need your passport. So while on the trip from Lome, Togo to Benin, we spotted beautiful beaches along the coast. I also saw vast farmlands. Let me know in the comment section if you think I should consider exploring Togo, even though I've made it to Togo 3 times. Let me know in the comment section. So we've entered Benin now from the Togo border. If you want your passport stamped, it's 1,000 CFA. But if your passport is a new passport, that is, you've not traveled before, it is 2,000 CFA. So yeah, we just crossed the border. This was very easy. While on the trip in Benin, I didn't spot any fuel station. Our driver made a stop to buy fuel, and this is how he did. We also got a SIM card for 1,000 CFA at the Benin border, so it was easy to find our location to our Airbnb. If you plan on visiting Benin, be prepared to ride lots of motorbike. So guys, we finally settled in our Airbnb. This is how it looks like. Let me give you a short tour. This is the hall. It's a very cute space, and let's go to the bedroom. Abigail, you good? So this is how the bedroom looks like, and yeah, hi. The bathroom. The last place is the kitchen, so let's see the kitchen. This is the kitchen. Say hi to Abigail.
I'm tired, like super tired, but
yeah.
I know where.
So we are going to settle in, freshen up, and find something to eat. So yeah. So guys, yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed my entire trip, even though it was stressful, Abigail?
Yes.
It was stressful, but not as I expected based on the other videos I had seen earlier. So yeah, I hope you found this video helpful. Until next time, catch you guys. I'm going to bring you amazing videos from Benin, Cotonou. I'm going to explore a lot of towns here in Benin. So yeah, I'll keep you updated. Right here in Benin is a place called the Tuta Gogotepong, and it's a village you must visit whenever you are here in Benin. I'm taking you along. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to have a bubble bath with the clay. Here is very healthy for the skin. I'm also going to have local lunch. I'm also going to experience the mangroves and everything to learn here. So yeah, let's go guys. I'm super excited. I can't wait for you all to see. Let's go guys. In a village called Gogotepong, it's a beautiful lodge you have to visit whenever you are in Benin. So yeah, we are leaving the Gogotepong junction getting to this place, you will need a boat ride, which will be arranged on your arrival. Got a motorbike from the Gogotepon junction, which cost us 1,000 CFA. So yeah, we are finally here about to take the boat to the village. So yeah, you're coming along with us. Let's go, guys.
My name is Gustav, I said. Yeah. And I'm the tour guide here. The name of this lake is Aime. It's longer as 20 kilometers. And in this river, there's many fishing. Inside you have the water forest. And we used to call it mangrove. So in the mangrove to do their reproduction. And also why they decided to do the reproduction there is because the stream of the water is not so strong there. When they leave the eggs here, the movement the stream destroy the eggs, so they can become fish. So it's more safe there, inside there, and then they leave their eggs there and become elite fish. And then when they are growing, they move to find the deeper water.
Just as he said, the mangroves are not supposed to be cut here. If you do cut them, there's a punishment for you according to the spirits here. So yeah, it's beautiful. After 15 minutes of the boat ride and explaining how things work here, we are finally here. So we are joined by other tourists. So let's go, guys. So this is a welcome juice, which is coconut, and yeah, so you're all invited. This is a wooden straw. Guys, Mr. Diodone, say hi.
Hi, hello.
He's the owner of this resort, this village here, and he's going to tell us a bit about this place. So.
Happy I am to say just a small thing for you. I'll continue in French, please. Nous sommes bienvenus ici sur l'îlot au bio-bonheur de Gogotepon, au sud Bénin. Un spa naturel. Spa avec ce que les Anglais appellent les clés baffes. Vous prenez donc un bain d'argile, une extraction du lac Aimé. Vous faites la balade dans cet écosystème particulier de mangrove pour découvrir le paysage, les oiseaux, les pêcheurs. Dans un écosystème, comme vous voyez, tout naturel, le bain d'argile après, vous passez à un autre atelier, c'est le massage au beurre de karité et à l'huile de coco pour renforcer, pour améliorer la relaxation commencée déjà par l'observation, le silence dans la nature ici. Et donc, le bain d'argile, le massage au beurre de karité ou à l'huile de coco, le repos, le silence et un exercice important. Nous disons souvent que dans un écosystème comme ça, de mangrove, de palétuvier, il faut apprendre à respirer. Envoyer l'air, sortir l'air et accompagner du petit sourire, c'est important. Bye bye.
Bye. So yeah, for all my French speaking friends, there you go, you have it there. We also have Ludu. While we wait for our massage, they served us with rice water, and yeah, you're all invited. So I'm going to share this with Abigail. Abigail, let's have it. So yeah. Yeah, it's really cute. Yeah, and it came in very hot. So no matter, yeah, it's very hot with sugar. Yeah, without milk. Apparently, it's a snack to boost your energy for massage and also all the water activities here. So I'm very happy. You're all invited. Merci. So our lunch is here, and this is how it looks like. And let's see Abigail's own. Oh, lovely. Look at the water. The water came in this cute spot. So refreshing. So I'm going to try the dakwe. It's called dakwe here in Benin. I'm going to try it for the first time since we are going to share. Let's try this. It's nice. It's like gari mixed with soup. Gari mixed with light soup. It's really good. We are currently going to have the mud bath and also a massage. I forgot to mention that there's also a lodge here. It's a very cute lodge, and yeah, so this is like a balcony where you can take a swim here. So yeah, you can also come here and camp. So this is where all the mud bath is going to take place. And watch your foot to adapt your body to a clay cold. Okay. And we are already dressed in our bikini. So she is washing our feet with water so the clay can't get stuck to our body. So yeah, we are ready. We are going to have a clay bath here at the village, and I'm super happy, and I know you all are coming along. So guys, this is the clay. This is how it looks like. Yeah. So yeah, we are ready. The clay, the small one. And she says that the clay, they get the clay from the lake and they add it with other clay, and it's very good for your skin. It exfoliates your skin. So coming here and experiencing this is a must. This is really relaxing. It's nice. I like the feel. It's so smooth. This is how it looks like. So smooth, very. And it smells like just like sand or like a little bit of charcoal. You add charcoal? Oh, it's natural. Okay. Natural. This is exclusive from the village, and yeah, I have here my marks on my face. I really like the way it feels on my skin, and yeah, this is how Abigail and I look like. Abigail, say hi. Hi. Feeling yeah. Good. So we are going to wait for like 15-20 minutes for our clay to dry on our skin so that it can exfoliate all the dead skin on our skin. I'm sure we will leave Benin fresh. To take a dip in the lake, and yeah, we are coming with us. I'm super excited. I feel cool, like I feel super good. Like the way it dries on your skin, right? It has a different feeling. It makes you feel like you feel fresh. You feel like you have just taken some dirt off your skin. So let's go guys. So the next activity is to go zip lining, and Abigail is about to start. Yes. The lake really feels so warm. Wow, this is therapy. Guys, I just took a cold shower right behind me, and I feel so fresh. The next thing is a massage before we leave here. So yeah, let's go for a quick massage. Abigail, are you ready? Lie here and relax. estate. And also, you can also have lunch here. Having lunch here with a beautiful view. We just ended our massage. I just had a feet and a hand massage because that's where I wanted concentration. You had what?
I had my back and my waist.
How do you feel?
I feel good, like.
Yeah, so I recommend this place hands down for you to come for relaxation, for more activities and a good time. All too soon, we are ending all activities here at the village. We are heading back to where we started from. It's back to the city, back to my hotel. And I got a souvenir, which is the clay for my face when I go back home. So yeah, if you want some, let me know in the comment section. I can organize some for you. So my friend from Benin can organize it to Ghana for you. This was a gift. He gave it to me for free, but he sells it here depending on the quantity you want. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. The whole experience, including lunch, massage, cost 15,000 CFA per person. So here it includes the boat ride, the massage, the lunch, activities here, swimming in the lake, and yeah, massage. So yeah, until next time, I want to say I love you all. More videos still here in Benin. I love you all. Mwah. It's time to go. We're leaving. We're leaving. The boat is here. Take a clay bath from the sacred lake in Benin? Let me know your thoughts.
This first meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament of the Fourth Republic. In spite of the shocks we had during this meeting, I urge you all to still continue to give thanks to the Almighty God, because that is His will. I will also call on the Office of the Official Report to capture the entirety of my closing remarks. But it's important I mention some of the things we went through, and we are still trying to come together. We have really endeared ourselves, particularly the leaders, my deputies, to try and build more consensus. But we've had some rather sometimes inexplicable U-turns, and that really sometimes saddens me. I hope in the next meeting we will not go through this experience again. You have shown, like tonight, that you prepared to work and to work hard. So are some of the ministers, particularly this meeting. The Minister of Health has always been with us. He's come around to give us some briefs on many issues. We have had to extend the perimeters of the pre-laying consultations by the Electoral Commission to a very elastic end. And today, we managed to put a position together. I hope and pray that we'll maintain that position. I launched the 30 years of Ghana's Fourth Republican Parliament under the theme 30 years of parliamentary democracy in the Fourth Republic, the journey thus far. We'll be organizing a number of activities. We'll be urging all of you to participate. But let me start the members, and particularly the chair of the organizing committee, the Honorable Member for Abuakwa South, Honorable Samuel Atachia. He's done very, very well. The coordinator, the clerk to Parliament himself, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Insien, and other members. During the course of the recess, in spite of the pressure on you, because I know you are all lacing your boots, apart from a few, to recontest your seats. The minority will be taking the lead, but about 4 or 5 of them have decided to call it a day and not to go back through this stressful experience. We will do all we can through prayers and through whatever means to support you. But please, your record is there to be used by your constituents. And these days, Parliament is a focus, and that's why sometimes I try to call on you to focus on the business of the House. But a lot of you think that Ghanaians could still be taken for granted. Please, let's be more serious than we are. But let me end by expressing my gratitude to the 2 deputy speakers for always stepping in to preside over the business of the House anytime I call on them. My gratitude also goes to the leadership of both sides. As I said, we've tried many, many times to come to some consensus before the Parliament sits. Sometimes we will not be able to carry that through, but I pray and hope that we will improve on it. I also want to thank the clerk and his deputies and all members of Parliament for what we have achieved so far. I cannot leave out my friends in the Parliamentary Press Corps who regularly bring citizens up to speed on proceedings in the House. We have, as exhibited, been working together to make Parliament more responsive to the needs of the people, to ensure that government, particularly the executive, is more transparent and accountable, and to make this House more effective in the discharge of its duties. I am proud of the progress we've made so far, and I'm confident that this Parliament will continue to grow and improve in the years to come. Honourable members, as you travel to your constituencies to reconnect with your constituents, I can only wish you travel mercies. One of the incidents we experienced today was an accident involving a member on his way to this House. An accident. And that is why I'm drawing your attention to this. Please value your lives, take good care of yourselves, and make sure that we all come back to meet in our next meeting in good health and with great hope for this country. We know how the economy is, but there are signs of recovery. It's for all of us to try and support the efforts, because Ghana first. I end by thanking all of you, particularly for the support you have given me and for the love and respect you have shown. I assure you I will continue to improve on my performance, and together we will make Ghanaians proud of their nation. With this, I declare the Parliament adjourned sine die.